Someone hit me with the sound check. I'm fired up. I am fired up. Anyone? Thank you, Phil McCracken.
Anyone?
Oh, hold on. We got echo.
Thank you, Phil McCracken. Anyone?
Hold on. We have one small tech issue. I think we're out of the way.
And how about those Devils? How about those Devils? And how about those Devils? How about those Devils?
How about those Devils? Welcome back, Devils fans. It is your host, Ace, here on Running with the Devils, where we are talking New Jersey Devils hockey all year long. Please hit that hit that subscribe button. Smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And guys, it may not have been the prettiest. It certainly may not have been the prettiest, but it damn well may very be one of my favorites. Your New Jersey Devils looking to build off of a inspiring win against the Boston Bruins at the Rock a couple nights ago on Jacques Lemaire Ring of Honor night, where hockey loyalty was in the building. I'm going to go off on a thing for a couple seconds here. Bear with me before I get into this. You have to realize, for those that don't know or weren't fans, please do your research. Please pay respects. Please consult the Google and the YouTube for at least a basic level of understanding of the gentlemen that were in attendance for Jacques Lemaire's big night. Larry Robinson, Scott Stevens, Scott Niedermeyer, obviously Lou Lamoriello. I mean, the list goes on and on. Do your homework, but Devils get a huge win in front of the royalty in the building on Jacques' big night. Looking to build off it, they go into Montreal tonight and pull off a thrilling 4-3 victory over the Montreal Canadiens in overtime off of a beautiful effort by Timo Meier, the poster child for some of the doomers here. A beautiful effort by Timo Meier to spring Jack Hughes in all alone on the breakaway, and he cashes it. Jack Hughes, not the best game. We'll get to that later. Definitely not his best game, but he buries it in overtime. Devils win 4-3, have now won back-to-back games in what feels like the first time since I don't even know when, forever. And I must ask, I must know.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? I'm not going to say they're fully back. I'm not going to say it, but this is another step on the way to being back. Overcoming adversity, blew multiple 2-goal leads. The captain goes down. I mean, there's so much to get to here. So many unfortunate plot lines in this one. But the Devils find a way to win, despite what looked like kind of a mismatch there in the third period and parts of overtime. It looked like the Devils were just kind of defeated. They hold on for the win, and I could not be happier. I could not be happier. Let's go over the game real quick. First period, early on, Jesper Bratt strong along the wall, splits 2 Canadian defenders up high before splitting 2 more down low, and backhands a beautiful pass to Nico down super low, who gets it on his backhand and just tucks it in for a beautiful goal by Nico. His 24th this season, guys. We got to appreciate this man a little bit more. I know some of us do, but wow. His 24th this season from Bratt and Nason at 15:52, giving the Devils the 1-0 lead.
He's pretty, and he lives in Jersey City. Number 13, nicohischier.
Nicohischier starts the scoring for your New Jersey Devils in Montreal, and they weren't done for the first period. Oh, no. No, they were not. 17:48, Bratt gets the puck down low, uses his strength and body to shield the puck. It was a beautiful play from start to finish. Temporarily loses it. Regains it. He circles all the way around the net, back to the middle of the ice. He has a Canadian defender draped all over him, and he rips a ridiculous backhand from the circle at 17:48. Brat's 16th of the season from Dougie Hamilton and Brendan Dillon makes it 2-0.
Jesper Bratt, tit-a-tat, where my boy at?
Jesper Bratt, tit-a-tat, where my boy at, registering the 16th, gives the Devils a 2-0 lead. That is how the first period ended. And I was very fired up. I mean, wow. Not the greatest start. Seems to be a kind of reoccurring theme for your New Jersey Devils. All too often, slow starts. It seems like they're kind of, lethargic, and then they kind of turn it on. Devils didn't look so hot earlier on in the period, but they finished it damn good. Take the 2-0 lead to the locker room. We head to the second. Jack had the puck on the wall, and I still haven't seen a good replay. I was watching the interviews, so I didn't get to go back and look at all the things. So if anybody has it, I'm going to go on a deep dive for it afterwards. But I still can't tell if Jack tried to drop it back when he had the puck on the wall or if he got stripped. So I need to understand. But either way, not a great play by Jack, whether it was an intentional drop back or he got stripped. But he has the puck on the wall. He loses it. Caulfield throws it across to Suzuki in the slot, and Suzuki just hammers one for his 15th of the season, cutting the Devils lead to 2-1 at 3:50. And at that point, I was kind of pissed. It was just such a bad play that led to the goal. It was so unnecessary. And I was like, here we go. Like, we can never have anything easy. It's always got to be heart attack inducing. Tonight was no different. Suzuki's cannon blast cuts the lead to 2-1. Later on in the period, perhaps one of the most the hustle or effort shift of the season, potentially. It's going to be hard to take it away from those guys on the line of the shift of the year and the play of the year when Bratt crushed the dude against Chicago. But this would be a nominee for hustle shift of the year. I can't give it to him. Sorry, Tuna. But you would be nominated and you'd lose to someone on that play I referenced. But Tatar just battling so hard down low for loose pucks, eventually knocks the guy down. The puck gets to Lazar. Lazar passes it to Dougie at the point. Dougie rips it on net. The rebound's just sitting there, and Tatar just crashes the net like a man possessed, gets the puck in the back of the net. And honestly, it's such a beautiful goal in so many ways. It is a fourth line special, a total grinder goal, and it had a little bit of everything, getting in deep, battling for pucks, finishing your hits. It just had a little bit of everything, the type of greasy goal that the Devils haven't been able to generate enough of, in my opinion. And obviously a lot of it has to do with the personnel, and a lot of it has to do with just, the uninspired hockey that we have been playing. But that goal made me smile more so than any of the highlight reel goals, because it's like, that is really hard work and busting your ass. Tatar had a great shift, gets rewarded for it. His 5th of the season at 12:56 from Dougie and Laser, giving the Devils a 3-1 lead. And hope was restored a little bit for me. Like, can we just play with a 2-goal lead for the rest of the game and maybe add to it? I don't want to go into cardiac arrest tonight. And a few minutes later, a very rare bad cross-ice pass by Nico. It goes right to Slavkovsky. He passes it to Suzuki. Suzuki enters his own with a little speed. He drops to Caulfield, and Caulfield does a nice little move to get around Bratt. He gets right to the middle of the ice, and he just rips one right through Allen. Caulfield's 25th at 17:05 cuts the Devils' lead to 3-2. And that is how the second period would end. Kind of opened up a little bit more in the second period. First period, Devils had 12 shots. Montreal only had 6. And then in the second period, they both had 16. So you're talking about, first period, 18 total shots. Second period, 32. And I was ecstatic that the Devils regained the 2-goal lead and then blew it. But still up a goal. Go to the third period, and this one really hurt my soul. Canadiens won an ozone draw. They get the puck, pass it to the point, and Carrier just blasts it right through Allen. And that one really hurt. Oh, I forgot, guys. Cheers. Win or lose, we booze. I haven't looked at the comments. I've been rattling on. Win or lose, we booze. Victory vodka. I was so pumped up, I forgot. I've had a couple of these before during the celebrations and the woes of that game. But win or lose, we booze. Cheers to all my Devils fans. How dare I? I never fully forget. I didn't see the prop on the desk here. My little bar cart. They tie it up, and the third period, it was like, oh my God, are they gonna? I'm not gonna lie. I honestly thought we'd probably lose the game in regulation and walk away with no points. I mean, that was my biggest fear. I was like, oh my God, this is heartbreaking to have 2 different 2-goal leads. But overtime, and again, circling back, Nico takes a shifter, comes after the third period and leaves the game. What a massive loss. And once again, I don't want to make excuses, But my God, like how unlucky can we get? You know, last year we had Dougie and then Jack for parts and Nico for parts. I think everybody, except for Brader, I believe, like missed time last year. It was insane. We must have had hundreds of man games lost to injury and star players. Cheers to you guys. This year, we had some early on, you know, Laser, Bastion, bottom 6 guys, which is obviously more fortunate than losing top 6 guys. But now, you know, in the Boston game, we lose Markey for 4 to 6 weeks, our Vezina caliber goaltender. And now we lose the captain, our, you know, all situations specialist, face-off, you know, specialist as well. And we got our asses kicked in face-offs, I believe, like in the third period and the overtime. But we go to overtime. Devils survive. We're missing Nico big time. We lose the draw. We're playing defense, which is pretty rare for the majority of the overtime. You know, we couldn't win a face-off. Not having Nico, obviously massive loss. He takes all the important draws, and starting with the puck in overtime is massive. And at one point, at one point, I don't know what was up with this ref, and you guys can tell me, maybe I'm just imagining this, but it seemed like for whatever reason, his release or however he was doing the faceoffs, like multiple Devils got kicked out and were like angry about it. I know for a fact Dowling got kicked off on. Jack may have. The one I'm remembering is Nason got kicked out of an offensive zone faceoff in overtime, and then Luke took it because it was Luke and Jack, and like Jack can't take faceoffs, so Luke takes it. It's pretty much a guaranteed loss. I mean, you know, no knock to him. He's not supposed to be taking faceoffs. He takes the faceoff, another loss. So that was another brutal thing I thought in overtime, and I thought it was something with the ref. I don't know. It seemed like Devils were having issues with him all night, but either way, Devils survive a couple chances, get a couple chances, and finally Timo makes a great play, grabs the puck, comes up the wall, and charges up and just pushes it ahead to Jack Hughes, sends him in all alone, and Jack ends it at 4:06 of overtime, giving the Devils the massive 4-3 victory, a much-needed victory. And wow, my heart was, I should get a heart monitor. You guys would probably, to see the spikes and the thing would probably be crazy. We get to the game stats. Devils 44 shots on goal, Canadiens 32 shots. Devils somehow finished better of the faceoffs. It must have been Nico must have racked up a lot of wins before he got, you know, he left the game. 52.6% to 47.4% for the Canadiens. Devils 0 for 1 on the power play. Canadiens 0 for 1. 17 hits to the Devils. Again, I want to see more. 20 hits for the Canadiens. Devils with 22 block shots. Canadiens with 32 block shots. Devils 12 giveaways. Canadiens 12 giveaways. Devils 3 takeaways, and the Canadiens 3 takeaways. And wow, what a game. Very exciting back and forth game. Ended up being much closer than obviously than I would have wanted it to be, or it should have been. But it is what it is. A win is a win. I will take the 2 points any way we could get it. One of my favorite wins of the season, because it was a little ugly, but because of the types of goals we scored, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention 4 goals at even strength. I haven't had time to look up the last time that happened, but we didn't score 4 goals for basically a month, from the December 27th Canes game at the Rock. That was the last game before the slide. That game, and then we did not score 4 goals again, I believe, until the other night against the Bruins. And that was a 2-2, 2 even strength, 2 power play. Tonight we get 4 goals from 4 different goal scorers, all at even strength. You absolutely love to see this. Love to see it. That Tuna goal was amazing. But yeah, so now we're without nicohischier. This is a travesty. You know, it just seems like we're very unlucky. Keith in the postgame said he thinks it's going to be like a day-to-day sort of thing, which obviously I hope it is. You know, one of our best overall players, obviously, and being without him for any sort of time, it seems like we will be quite literally limping into this Four Nations face-off break. Markstrom going to get some, you know, nice healing time during that and not have to miss any Devils games. And who knows who else goes down before this, but we're taking our lumps out there, guys. We are taking our lumps out there for real. And wow, what a game, though. I am super fired up. I'm sure there's a lot of doomers here. I haven't looked at any comments whatsoever. What time is it? 10:51. I'm just trying to pick a spot. We'll start off with Bob Jenkins. Tatar's buzzing. He was certainly buzzing on that shift. Cheers to Tuna. That was an amazing shift. Like I said, it's a nominee for effort on a shift of the season, but Bratter had that locked up from that Chicago game when he crushed the guy and then passed it to, I think it was Pesci, and then he hit Jackhughes. Oh, that was beautiful. But Tatar, what a shift for him. What a beautiful goal for that fourth line. And you love to see stuff like that. That's what you need. Depth scoring, get some greasy, gritty goals. That is the definition of greasy and gritty. Traveling Devil, what's going on? Allen was screened by like 4 players. I just feel like we get beat. We must lead the league in like shots from the point allowed, whether they're tipped or deflected or not, or just clean. But shots from the point, I feel like we've given up 60 this season. John Woodson, I'd say put Timo on power play 1. Nason needs a break. Dude looks seriously gassed carrying the team with physicality. Not opposed to that at all. And to, just another kind of mention to the Timo haters. Timo didn't score on that breakaway tonight. I wish he did. He was just a step too slow, I think, to get there, to really get it. It was a very rushed chance. I'm not going to kill him for it. He hustled his ass off to get in that position to even get a shot off. But that play in overtime from Timo, baby, come on. Give the man some credit. That was a great hustle play by him leading to the Jack goal. Without Timo's work there, that goal's not happening. Back to this real quick. But so yeah, for all the Timo haters, I posted the link with the stats for the 5-on-5. I think he's averaging, or at least he was a couple games ago, the most points per 60 minutes expected or whatever at 5-on-5. But he should be playing on the right side. We've established this since last season. It's mind blowing, but it is what it is. And he lost his power play 1 time, so obviously his production is going to suffer a little bit. And Nason was performing crazy. I'm not mad at Woodson's idea at all. Like, Nason is just out there being a warrior, and maybe he needs to just chill a little bit and maybe let Timo, heat up a little bit on his own on that power play. Put him on the right side, let him roam in the circle and just blast one-timers, his specialty in San Jose. Use the man that made you trade for him. That production was there in San Jose. You could watch all the film. Right side, power play, just one-time bombs. Bob Jenkins, Allen honestly could be just as good as Markstrom's been. I mean, let's not get crazy, Bob. Cheers to you, Bob, but you may have had one too many. He doesn't need to be that good. And I said that in a video or a live. Again, they all blend together. At some point on something on this channel in the past few days, I said that, he doesn't need to be, he shouldn't have to be lights out for this Devils team to win. If the team shows up and plays in front of him, he just has to be a average NHL goalie. And, no disrespect to him. I think tonight he probably was an average NHL goalie. I don't think any of the goals were terrible, but like some of them were stoppable. But, I would say that's 32 shots is kind of a lot of work, but, an average NHL goalie or better, and we should be able to get some wins. And tonight we made it harder than we needed to, but they got the win. Allen's been playing good. Let's not get crazy, though. Markstrom in the past the past month has been insane. Insane Pollock. Timo starts scoring late in the season. Well, he did last season. Led the league in goals in March, I believe. Hopefully he can replicate that and then do it in April and May and June. That would be something special. SST, I don't want the Targ gone anymore. I want Lazar gone. The guy is a ghost. Now you're going to hate on Laser now. You find a new guy. This guy. Got to find somebody to hang in town square. Brian, you're still hating on Timo? Concede, bro. We sent you the stats on 5-on-5. He's not going to produce as much. He was never going to be a 90-point player. Sorry to disappoint you. You had unrealistic expectations. But if you asked anybody in the organization, whether it's Keith, Fitzgerald, whoever, they're all going to say they're very happy with the way Timo Meier's playing. And that's the reality because, again, in the words of Lindy Ruff, you don't watch the game very well. Did you see the play in overtime? I mean, wow. Alex says, I don't know, man. Just put Timo on the right side. Woodson, Lazar has gotten slower. Maybe he's still hurt. Maybe a little bit. I mean, at this time of year, there's a lot of guys that aren't at full, 100%. And they're still going to play. Vic, Jack with the OT winner. I'm glad those people in attendance got their money's worth. I mean, it was a super exciting game. I mean, there's no denying the entertainment value of this one was sky high. As a Devils fan, there was many stretches where you're like, I don't want to be entertained. I just want to watch my team win with ease for once. John Woodson, the only bulletproof body we have on the team is Mercer. Yeah, what's his games? The Iron Man, Dawson Mercer, hasn't missed a game in his NHL career, and I don't want to shortchange him. So 296. That's quite the streak for the young man. 296 games in the league. 296 games played. Yeah, Keith said Nico's day to day, but it didn't seem like very certain. It seemed like it was just kind of a lot of assumptions. I hope that's all it is. Oh, and back to that real quick. I meant to make a point of this before. When they showed the replay, like he was getting viciously cross-checked. I have to blame this on Sheldon Keefe because we have some killers on our team that I believe if they were allowed to do what they got to do at this point, I really feel like there's been so many liberties taken against the Devils at different points of the season. That Kachuk thing. Put McDermott in and let him take a suspension if it comes down to it. Tell him you'll pay for it. We'll start a GoFundMe from the fans. The Curtis McDermott suspension fund. When people are cross-checking Nico like that, someone needs to just go up to him and just punch him square in the face. Don't even start. Just complete thuggery, because this poor guy takes a beating out there, and there was nothing. Our captain basically got cross-checked out of the game, it seems. I mean, what? There's got to be something done. This stuff can't just be allowed to fly. And furthermore, you look back on it, and again, it was kind of a fluke accident, but he was hard charging with no regard for Markstrom's life. Markstrom technically got knocked out for 4 to 6 weeks by an opposing player because he ran into him. Now, I don't think it was intentional, but I also think he wasn't, he didn't really care too much to safely. It was one of those weird things, but the guy has to have some blame on his hands. I mean, and either whether it's intentional or not, the result is the result. If you hit somebody with your car, I mean, it's an accident, and he crushed Markstrom 4 to 6 weeks. And now Nico basically gets cross-checked out. So it's not even like weird plays, that these guys are getting the injuries like without the direct involvement of an opposing player. Like we got 2 guys knocked out back-to-back games by opposing players. Like something has to give. And I want to see a response. Bose, we need our star players to each put on another 10 to 15 pounds over the summer. In my opinion, yeah. I mean, 10 to 15 pounds on most of these guys would help, but I don't know how much it really is going to help. It'll help a little bit for sure, but it is a little bit concerning to me, quite frankly. Obviously, a lot of our star players are really not, built for playoff war. That is the reality, but hopefully they're insulated with enough complementary players and our depth players, and we can find a nice mixture where it could all blend together. Troy Machine, 2 goals in the last 3. Is Tuna deserving of an apology yet? I never really buried him, but I definitely probably said some things that weren't so complimentary, if I'm being honest. But the numbers speak for themselves. I'm glad to see him kind of get it going as of late. Phil McCracken, I always get mad at how much bitching the refs seem to do at faceoffs. They're always chatting about some nonsense. Yeah, multiple Devils got kicked out of faceoffs, and I don't know if he had like this weird delayed release. Like I don't know what the hell was going on, but I would love for somebody. Yeah, someone that's a weird question like that I would ask. After the game, like what was up with all the, the booted out of the faceoffs with the ref? There was definitely something going on there. Yeah, and Luke's taking the face-off in overtime, and then someone made a joke actually in reference to the face-off. Someone said something like, "Oh, you're gonna have Luke take a bunch more face-offs now," and he was like, "Yeah, no, definitely not." Woodson says they need 10 to 15 pounds fighting lessons and a temper in the offseason. I'm not opposed to any of those, Woodson. I'm a big fan of all 3 of those: bulk, scrap ability, and the switch. Some guys have the switch, and you see it. Yeah, Brian J hates Timo. I know. It's pretty clear. Brian J is one of these people that there's a lot of them here. You see a lot of different types of people. There's a lot of completely normal people. There's a lot of completely nutty people. But there's a common theme amongst many types of people. And I don't know. I'm not going to give them a specific classification. But they make a view or a point, or they'll share a thought or view that they have. In this case, Timo sucks, or Timo Meyer, whatever, some negative shit, right? They'll make that point, they'll have that opinion. And no matter what Timo Meier does, they will find something to complain about. So, say Timo had a hat trick tonight, they wouldn't say shit. They'll wait a couple games and then they'll be like, throw up some nonsense and continue to talk shit, essentially. And so Brian is one of the Timo haters, and he won't budge off from the point of that, Timo's bad or whatever, despite the fact, and this is how you know these people are truly out to lunch, right? It's when you have numerical data, facts. It's not an opinion. This is numerical facts, pure data that shows at 5-on-5 even strength play, Timo Meier was averaging, again, this is, through a few games ago, so it might have changed a little bit, but this was the stat at the time a few games ago, that he was averaging the most points, expected points for per 60 minutes at 5-on-5 of his entire career. I mean, what more can someone show you for you to be like, oh, you're right. I guess maybe I didn't realize that. Like, okay, with understanding that data now, I will change my point and be like, he's not a bad player. But not these people. They're special. These people are special, and they will continue to repeat the same nonsense after every game, despite being shown those stats, despite Timo Meier making a beautiful, beautiful play to set up Jack Hughes for that breakaway. Despite all of that, they will continue to repeat the same tired narratives, and I'm just tired of telling them they're stupid. Like, look at the numbers, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. London, can we stop dooming, bro? I came here to come and celebrate the win. Cheers. Absolutely, London. We are here to celebrate a massive overtime victory for your New Jersey Devils, courtesy of number 86, Jack Hughes on the breakaway. And I'm not going to lie, I must have looked like a lunatic. As soon as I saw that Timo had to step on the guy, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I jump off my couch. I'm like, finish it. And he comes in and he scores, and I went ballistic. Overtime goals, man. There is no highs or lows like overtime. And obviously it's intensified and amplified, exponentially when it's in the playoffs. It's obviously not as exciting because it's not 3-on-3 in the playoffs, but the highs of overtime wins and the lows of overtime losses. And wow, what an absolutely beautiful game. Ryan the Man says Timo is an absolute bull. I appreciate your appreciation, Ryan. It's nice to know that some people could recognize what this man is doing outside of, dooming for something or another. John Woodson, ace 100, getting 100% sucked in. Chico's twin. Because I got the Timo stuff drives me crazy. The Insane Pollock, that's another 2 asses on my block list. Wow. London says, John, you're literally insufferable. Jack McCabe, Ryan O'Reilly, Jesus, that overtime was an indictment on the lack of center depth after 13. I don't know what it is. Get a center, first move that needs to be made. Yeah, obviously. The face-offs were just abysmal. And to your point, I mean, it's not that it was a secret or anything, but when you actually see it in practice in a game, you're like, oh my God, it's actually uglier than you thought it was. And so I couldn't agree more. We obviously need a center, preferably one that's, above average in faceoffs. Would be a nice luxury for this team to have, amongst the many other things. I'm not going to go off too much on a tangent about the deal last night, but some of you, I did an impromptu live. Shout out to those of you that jumped on that. We were talking about the Carolina Hurricanes pushing their chips all in and saying, we're making a run for this thing. Trading away Natchez, the Academy Award-winning actor, for what was the best embellishment in a hockey game of the season. He's locked that up when he acted like he was shot by a gun after Timo drilled him about a month or so ago. But we will face him again as when he will be a member of the Avalanche. Natchez shipped out, and the Canes get Rantanen and Taylor Hall, a guy that I really thought would have been a nice potential fit for your New Jersey Devils, a little low risk, high reward type option. That was taken off the board and is going to the Hurricanes with Rantanen. I mean, wow, what a power move. That's how you go for it. Now, listen, It might not work out, but that's a win now move. And I'm hoping, and not of this magnitude. There's not many deals. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the biggest deal, of the season. There's not going to be a blockbuster that kind of upstages that one. But I'm not looking for blockbuster deals per se from Tom Fitzgerald. I'm just looking for the right pieces added. A center, definitely one of them. And another depth, probably winger. That could hopefully finish some goals, but I wouldn't even be mad at getting 2 centers. I mean, the center depth really is painful. Scanning the chats here. Jack McCabe again. This 4 Nations is good timing. Somewhat allow some resting. Yeah, we literally might be limping into this thing. It's a shame with Markey. Hopefully, Nico truly is day to day. But wow, maybe this team. The schedule has been hellacious at points. With the weird schedule that you get after you come back from playing in a global series. It was pretty bizarre. We had some I think we had 4 games in 6 nights at one point, or something crazy. And maybe they just really need to really lay low for a couple weeks, at least the majority of the team. Obviously, some of the big guns are going to be playing in the tournament. John Fay, Ace, I think you should get a heart monitor for Devils games and see how high it goes when it comes to nail biting situations. Oh, in the overtime, it would have been crazy. Paulie Walnuts, glad to see that the boys got the win in OT and it didn't go to a shootout. We were terrible in shootouts. Oh, absolutely. Oh, and it didn't get to it, obviously, but I will say I did text Steve the Maniac. And I said for tonight, my shootout lineup, I said if it gets to it, we always do this before the overtime session begins. Where the And my first 3 in no particular order. I said it didn't have to be this order, but my 3 guys for a shootout tonight, if it happened, 100% would have been Bratt, Paul Cotter, Timo Meier. Would have been my 3 shooters. Had we gone to a shootout. Obviously we didn't, but yeah, I think Brian J is close to getting blocked too. It's just trolling. Larry, Jack skipping face-offs. Luke even took one. When was the last time a Devils D-man took a face-off gutsy win? Yeah, I'd mentioned that at some point earlier. Nason got kicked out of the circle, and it was only the Hughes brothers left. And obviously, Jack's not going to take it, so Luke took it. And again, no knock to him, but that's a guaranteed loss. Like, it's terrible. You don't want to be in that situation. John Woodson says Timo always gets his grade A chances at the end of his shift. Phil McCracken, thank you, sir. Hit the like button, you bunch of freeloaders. Yeah, hit the like button and hit it for your boy and for your New Jersey Devils. A massive 4-3 overtime victory. And what a play by Timo to make it happen. And what a finish by Jack Hughes. Jesper Bratt, guys. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I've kind of alluded to it at points after certain games. After a game like tonight, and this is no knock to anyone else on the team, in terms of pure offense, Jesper Bratt is our best offensive player. I think it's time that I, acknowledge that. I've kind of been on the fence about it for a while, but in the end, when you see the variety of things in his toolkit and his strength, amazing skating, obviously by Bratter, underrated strength, pretty good shot, pretty good moves, amazing vision. When you combine all those things, like tonight on those first 2 goals, he made both of those plays happen. Like the second goal was just ridiculous, obviously, just a single-handed effort to just drag a guy all the way around, bring him back to the middle and rip it. But the first goal, when he splits the defenders, comes down and splits 2 more, and then backhands one right to Nico down low. I mean, this guy could do it all. Jesper Bratt, I do believe, in my humble opinion, is one of the most criminally underrated players in the league. And yeah, I mean, what a game for Bratter, and he is the best offensive player on this team. Lorraine, Jack wasn't feeling well, and Keefe did not want him taking faceoffs the whole game. Not here for all the Jack haters. He won us the game. No, Lorraine, he did win us the game. Obviously, he scored the overtime winning goal. But with that being said, I think it would be unfair to not mention the struggles that we saw tonight. I mean, it was not a good game for Jack Hughes, despite winning the game in overtime. Listen, I root for the kid, but a lot of sloppy plays that you really don't want to see. And hopefully it's something that he gets over quickly. If it has felt like a little bit of a struggle for him in a lot of these games with just some decision making that you're like, well, killing possessions, giving pucks away. Like it's got to get tighter. If you want to be an elite player in this league, it's got to tighten up. Obviously shit's going to happen once in a while. And I talked about even with giveaways, he carries the puck a lot. So anytime you have the puck on your stick for that percentage of a game, turnovers, giveaways, it's all bound to happen. But I think the frequency of them has to come down, and the timing, like a lot of them are just at really bad times of the game. And I do think that's going to, get better with time. But, you would be lying to yourself if you didn't say he was struggling tonight. And that's a good point, Woodson. Jack had stitches in his fingers. I've seen players break their jaw and lose teeth and come back and play the same. This is hockey, no excuses. Yeah, but dude, a finger, guys are slashing at your gloves. I mean, who knows the severity of it, right? But that it could be. I know everyone's like kind of writing it off like, oh, guys played with broken arms and shit, which is fair. But in a sensitive area, there's certain areas that like it could really be a pain in the ass. Traveling Devil, watch Allen break the 4-game winless streak. That would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. Nick, Allen played a right. Goal 2 and 3 should have never happened. I don't know anyone praises Allen on tonight's performance. I don't know that I praised him. I said that he played to the level of an average NHL goalie tonight. He was definitely badly screened on that one. And I guess I'd have to look at it again. I guess if you're thinking the one that you'd want him to stop would probably be the Caulfield one, but he put on such a move. The other ones were bombs. I guess the Caulfield one, maybe. I'd have to look at it again. But he did put on a sick move. But the shot, it did seem very kind of right. And I have to look at it again. The second goal may have not been a good one to let up. The Caulfield one. Woodson says, someone got to be in the doghouse. Accountability, damn it. Devin G, did we win? Because man, the Doomers are still going hard. Let them go. I'm gonna ignore them. Jack McCabe, the crowd was so loud on MSG broadcast that they have the volume turned up. Never heard the Rock that loud on MSG broadcasts. Well, it could be mic placement. There's a lot of factors that go into it. The Rock does get loud from time to time. I mean, Alex Russo, are we really going to the moon with Allen and net? Watch us go for a streak. Listen, I don't care how it happens. This team has not won 4 consecutive games in over 2 calendar years. It's been about 2 years and almost 2 weeks. That is psychotic. Completely psychotic. And hopefully we're halfway there, guys. Oh, we're halfway there. 2 more and we're going streaking. I try to keep up with these damn comments. Cheers to you guys. And cheers to the New Jersey Devils. What a game. Knowles, I was just talking about this all season. It seems like these refs don't call any of these, big time penalties like that cross check on Nico. Yeah, they a lot of it gets missed. Richard Zimmer, I still don't understand, why are we not throwing the gloves? We need to start protecting our guys or standing up for them. Obviously, I agree. I am a big time proponent, obviously, of the, eye for an eye, justice served by the players on the ice, the fisticuffs, all that. And when it's called for, I want to see it implemented. And when guys are getting cheap shot, and it really sucks, back-to-back games, guys got knocked out. Daniel Kelly, the fellas toughed it out tonight and prevailed. Got to say, though, liked Matt Lachlan on the play-by-play a lot. So it's funny. I wasn't going to bring this up, actually, but now that you brought it up, and it's no knock on Bill. I do like Bill. I do like Bill Spalding. I want to be very clear. I do like Bill Spalding. However, especially for, and I will preface this with, it could be my age bias, right? It could be because I grew up listening to Matty and talking to him at events and seeing him on TV and hearing him on radio, and he's filled in a bunch of different roles. He's done a bunch of stuff. He's been pretty much with the organization since I've become a fan. So he is as much of a regular as, Chico, Dano. Like, he's right up there in terms of like personalities of the franchise who have been around forever, right? And maybe that's clouding my judgment. I can't say for sure. I really can't. But I will say I much prefer Matty over Bill. Now, I don't know if, I don't like using the term better. Like, I'm not going to say he's better than Bill. I think he is. I'm not sure. But I can tell you that I much prefer him. And again, maybe that's the bias of him being familiar and being around forever. And maybe some older fans could speak on this. Maybe you could kind of understand where I'm coming from, and maybe you're experiencing it as well. Or maybe I'm just crazy, but I don't think I am. And so I would much prefer Matty. And I've said that for a long time. Like, he should be back on air with Dano. I think it'd be a great combo. I try to listen to him on the radio when I can, but in the end, I'm kind of dialed into the MSG thing. So I don't really get to hear from him all that often. And to my point, Steven says you like Lachlan. I think he's terrible. Steven, I'm curious, when did you become a fan? And it's not a knock on you. It's, if you didn't grow up with him, you might not be as, whatever you want to call it, enamored or whatever with him. Maybe it is the thing that he's been around forever. Daniel, deposit your apologies with Ace Bank. Member FDIC. F the Doomers in the chat. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Very much appreciated. Wow, man. Yeah, Daniel, there's a lot of Doomers among us, man. The Doomers, no matter what, we could win 10-1, and there'll be Doomers in here complaining about something. And it's wild, but thank you very much, Daniel. Appreciate it. And yeah, these people aren't depositing their apologies. A few people have deposited apologies when they're wrong, and credit to those people. They were man enough to be like, I was wrong. Here's my apology. Several times it's happened. And bravo to those people that can, recognize they've made a mistake and own up to it publicly in the form of a deposit apology in the comments. Like a respectable human being and a respectable viewer of this channel. But a lot will not. And, I will pick and choose which dooming activities I engage in. James Israel, Ace, I'm sick and tired of people bad-mouthing Jack. This man is the face of our franchise and best player. He's also playing with the scrubs. Listen, the dooming stuff is nuts, James. The dooming stuff is nuts. And I don't know what you consider bad-mouthing. Like talking random shit and stuff, I would say that's bad-mouthing. But I will say, with some stretch of games, including tonight, at some point, I'm saying some with a capital S, some of the criticism is valid and warranted in some cases. Not just smack talking, but, actual coherent, logical thoughts about a specific play or a sequence is fair. And if you're being really objective about it, prior to winning that game in overtime, I don't think you could really deny that Jack was not having a good game tonight. I mean, I think that's, that's being fair about it. And so if people are saying things like that, I would say that that's fair criticism and, nothing crazy. Now, if we're talking about just like the straight nonsense hate and all that, that's very different. John Woodson, our defensemen aren't mean, forwards aren't mean. Honestly, I think Markstrom is our feistiest player on the team. I think Keefe kind of clipped their, I think he did a little snip job on him, because at one point we led the league in fighting majors, and now I believe we're last over the swing of a couple months. Let me see. We were leading the league. Nothing is easy to look up with hockey stats like that. I'll have to follow up on that. But I believe I think one of my buddies told me, I think that we're last now. We were first in the league in fighting majors early on in the season. And then it's just an element that we've erased. And not that I need to see fights every game, but I think even the people who don't love fighting in this group, I mean, I think there's a few camps. There's people that, the first camp is people that hate fighting. They think it's barbaric and it's it doesn't belong in the game. I don't like those type of people, but those people exist. And if you're one of them, my apologies. That's camp one. Camp two is the people that love it, like myself. Normal people. Hockey fights are awesome. Obviously they are. And then there's like the third group of people that are kind of in the middle, where they're like purists in the sense that like it can only happen under certain circumstances. It has to be 100% warranted. A lot of these people in this camp don't like the stage fights. They just like the kind of heat of the battle fights. And I can respect those people as well. But 3 camps and you're never going to please everybody. So with the fighting, I don't know why it's been eliminated. And I think everyone could agree that there's been tons of cases where it should have happened and didn't. Even if you're in the camp that's like, I don't love it, but I understand its place in the game. I mean, liberties have been taken all season. And we've seen the wrestling hug matches, but no real fisticuffs. Markey is certainly fiery. He's chopped a bunch of guys, blocker hits. He gets in the mix. I love that he wants to win. I honestly love Markey. He's become one of my favorite players as well in the past few months. I mean, he is just a fiery competitor, wants to win every game. You could tell he's pissed when he loses. He smashes his stick. Like, I want to see that in my players. I want to know that you give a fuck, that you're not just collecting a check. You're a rich athlete, and you're going to play and hope you play good, and it's all good no matter what. You know, you go home to your mansion and live a nice life. This guy wants to win. Smashing his stick. I forget what city that was in. On the way out, he whacked it 3 times. I think he whacked it on the goalpost, on the boards, and then like on the overhead metal thing going down the tunnel. Like, I want, especially a goalie, I want them to be so fired up and want to win so badly. And again, getting involved in the physical stuff, when people come, you know, if people crash him or jump on him, he's giving blocker and glove shots, stick slashes. Markey's the man, and, you know, some other guys got to step up, but I do think Keefe has given like a tone it down mandate. Captain Mafungo, win or lose, the Doomers doom. All right, I'm going to have to skip a bunch here. Ice Truck Thriller. I always love this name. There was no way Sakic was getting Crosby on the Avs, by the way. I guess someone mentioned that earlier. I think Sid is going to go down with the ship in Pittsburgh. But if he ever was to, you know, attempt to leave, which I don't think it is, I think he's just going to be there till it's over. I do think it will be the Avalanche, if anywhere that he goes. But if I had to predict, I think he just stays with Pittsburgh. I think he values, you know, playing his entire career with them and staying there till the end versus trying to win another cup with another team, in my opinion. Now, I could be completely wrong. Woodson, I'm okay with Timo for now. He doesn't hit as much as I'd like. He doesn't hold on to the puck during the cycle, and I never see him in front of the net anymore. He's on my watch list. Okay. Woodson says Mercer, Bratt, and Tatar for the shootout. Go with guys who have jump. Listen, I like Tatar's jump on that shift, but I'm not hoping that same jump translates to a shootout. I'm not mad at the thinking process, and Mercer's missed a ton of breakaways in games. I know it means nothing, but, you know, I just feel like those are the 3 guys I was feeling. I mean, in the end, for me, Bratt and Cotter are always automatics at this point. Cotter's probably our best by percentage, I believe, as well. Shootout guy. So Cotter's 1,000%, and Brad is just going to be in mine every time, no matter what the stats are. Because I think he does have a lot of heart. So I'll always take Bradder in that spot. And then the third one, depending on the game, you know, and what happens in the game, my third one would probably always consist of either Timo, Nico, or Stefan Nason, depending on the game. While Stamkos, JT Miller, and or Riley, any of those would look amazing in Devil's Red. Yeah, I agree, but there's a whole lot of stuff that would go between, you know, idea and fruition. Stamkos, you know, I do think he is a great leader. He's won a bunch, won gold medals, cups, has been in playoff wars. I thought he would have fit in really nicely on this team. I was hoping in the summer, I think I even made a video about it. I talked about how I thought, because of all that, Stammer would be an amazing guy for this group to get. And he disappointed me because he really chased the money. He signed for $8 million a year in a tax-free state in Tennessee, chased the money, and he's on a team that sucks now. And I really thought he could have really helped our team and would have been the type of guy we needed. But with his contract, I don't think Stammer's ever a realistic possibility for the Devils. And, you know, who even knows what the deal is if he even wants to be dealt. Does he have a no move? I don't even know. But he lost a lot of points in my book, I have to say. I thought he was like more of an old school guy. And I think I predicted I don't know if I did it on a video or if I text somebody, but I was like, does Stammer sign for $5.5, $6 million, take a little less and sign with a cup contender like New Jersey or a cup hopeful like the Devils were hoping to be? And not to say that Nashville wasn't, a good team, but they weren't amongst by many, no pundits were picking them as like one of their handful of cup favorites. And so it really was a money grab, the most money he could get in a state where he doesn't have to pay state income tax, which really disappointed me. I really thought he was a throwback guy that was just going to sign a little less and go to a cup contender. And I thought for a while there was a good chance he was going to try to go to his hometown Toronto Maple Leafs. But it didn't happen. He chased the bag. He lost a lot of points in my book. Phil McCracken, Stamkos is a whore. We can't afford him. He bailed on TV as soon as he saw the money. Well, I think there was more to that. In his defense of leaving Tampa Bay, I think they were probably lowballing him. And the thing kind of went on forever. Like, he was their franchise player and captain. Like, if he's a true priority, you don't string him along. Like, I think, the negotiations were like on and off. And it got to a certain point where it was so dragged out. I remember I think it may have even been mid-season when he was asked about it. I could kind of tell that by the way he was talking, that he was already put off by the process up to that point. And I remember as soon as I saw that interview, I'm like, Stammer is so gone. He is so over the Lightning. Like, he feels disrespected. And I've been in, a somewhat similar situation, nowhere near the same as a professional athlete, but just a situation where you feel like you were wronged or, disrespected after you had given, an effort, time, whatever it is. And I think he already had made up his mind. And I just thought he was going to go to like the Maple Leafs or possibly the Devils, but he chased the money, and it is what it is. We can't afford him now. I'm hoping we get some depth guys that can really help the team. Alex Ace, how you feel about Timo is how I feel about Bratter. No, listen, I'm not saying Timo's the greatest player ever. I'm just saying he's a good, valuable player to this team who brings an element that really not many other guys do. And especially the unique combination. He does bring the physicality, power, strength. He does have a great shot. He can finish. And he's just a bull. We don't really, him and Nason and Cotter are only like bullish forwards. The rest of them are quite the opposite. And so when you have a team like that, for people to think that he doesn't matter and his contributions don't matter, despite him having, again, through a past few games ago, the best 5-on-5 numbers of his career, they're just looking at total goals and assists. They're looking at total points, and it is going to be down because he's not getting that power play one time. And a lot of his points in San Jose came on the power play. Nason kind of stole that spot from him for now, but I do like Woodson's idea of maybe giving Nason a break and putting Timo back out there for a little bit. Jeep, hot take, Bratter is better than Jack. Is it? Well, I said that. The times are off, so I don't know. But no, I said, and not so many words. I said Jesper Bratt is our best offensive player. Ice Truck Thriller, good to see the Devils get a win. Hopefully, Marky won't be out long. If there's a setback, do they trade picks for a rental? Are you talking about goaltender, Ice Truck Thriller? Well, maybe if the prognosis dramatically changed and he was going to miss more time, I guess his potential. One second. Yeah, and I don't even know who would be available. I do think you're not going to get a guy that they're going to catapult over Jake Allen, if that's what you're thinking. So in some world where if Markstrom was out for longer, maybe they'd get somebody as insurance to back up Allen in case he gets hurt. But I would fully expect Jake Allen to be the starter in the playoffs if that was to be the case. Fentanyl Floyd, yeah, I agree with this wholeheartedly. Nico is the best all-around player. Obviously, his defense is unrivaled on Devils forwards. Brad, best offensive player, best skater. I think that's a fair synopsis. Evans Life, 100% Jesper is one of the most underrated players. Max, Devils are the first team ever to win 9 straight games at Montreal. Take some NHL history tonight. That is interesting. I did see the stat they put up about the Devils owning them at some point earlier in the game. Knowles, I think he's just getting a little too cocky in his place, and he needs to scale back and focus on the simple approach. I think that's fair. SST, why would you say this? Just watch Brat gets injured during Four Nations. It's horrible. Jerome, I love Jack Ace, but you're 100% right about him. Way too careless with the puck for a player with his skill set. Yeah, I agree. Travis Walker, I don't know if you're a doctor, but the hands have more nerves than pretty much any other part of the body. Exactly. Like that finger thing could be, as crazy as it sounds, could be super sensitive and like throbbing. And I can't imagine guys whacking at your hands constantly when you're when you're out there on the rink. Jack's fingers are different than a jaw or teeth, and come on, he still looks like a paper boy. What do you expect? He got the game winner. He gets a pass from me tonight. I can't give a pass. I'll give a nice goal to win the game. But had that not happened, what would you be saying about his game tonight if he didn't get that gratuitous breakaway brought to you by Timo Meier and his hustle on the wall? He also had like a swollen cheek. I don't know if anyone caught that. I meant to say something about that as well. In the post game, you could see like he had like a pretty swollen cheek. I don't know if he took a shot or what exactly happened that caused it, but he definitely had a pretty swollen cheek. Coordinator says, I will not tolerate soft play. I like it. Dire Straits, Jack never gets a pass from me. Jay Snow, what's up, fellas? Rutgers 62-92. Just did some analysis. We had 72 points through 51 games in 22-23. We have 62 through 51 games this year. Really not that far off when you think about it. I mean, 10 points is a lot, though. You're talking about 5 wins. Yeah, I mean, I guess what your scale is, but it is a sizable difference. You know, because you're talking about. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do my math here real quick. 72 through 51. So that's 72 out of 102. That's insane. That's 706 hockey. 705.88 extrapolated over the 82 game. What the hell did I do? I hate this calculator. Yeah, so 72 out of 102. Yeah, that's a 116-point pace at the time. So at that point, we were playing at a 162-point pace, right? And as of right this very second, 62 through 51 is a 100-point pace. So you're talking about 16 points. That is sizable. The difference between a 100-point season and a 116-point season is very sizable. That's, you know, in most years, that's the difference between winning the division and potentially a wild card. Very big 16-point swing there. Whether, you know, it might not seem it, but in reality, that is a very big differential there. John Woodson says Poulter about to be the next Schmid. I hope not. But if by the next Schmid you mean the next guy to beat the New York Rangers in a 7-game series, sign me up for that man to be the next Schmid. Evan, can we enjoy this one? Allen was good. Alex Russo says, I actually noticed when some of you boys aren't here in the chat. Jason says, I don't care. I'll take a W anyway. I can get it. Let's go 2 in a row. Do you mean 3 in a row? We're looking for 3 in a row. Chico says they don't slump for weeks. They're probably in a more similar position to that season. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're talking about a stretch where we got oh shit. What was it? It was 2-6-3. Yeah, 7 out of 22 points. If not for that stretch, we could easily be even in a better position than we were at that season. And it's a shame that they went on that skid. That really hurt. Meadowlander was fortunate enough to be in at the game tonight in Montreal. The energy in the center bell was an order of magnitude greater than anything I've heard at the Rock. Meadowlander, let's be for real, my guy. Did you expect anything less? You are in an original 6 city in one of the hottest hockey markets, the NHL. It's always one of the hottest hockey markets of the NHL. And you were there for a Saturday night game featuring a pretty damn hot Canadiens team looking to make a push. What did you expect? I would have expected to leave there with like ringing in my ears. And I'm sure you did. And I'm sure it was awesome. Definitely, it's been on my list to go. I just hate the winter, man. I would love to go there and like for an early game or like a later one where the weather is not so crazy. It's probably brick there right now. It's freezing in New Jersey. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to not be slow, but I just get caught up, and and I apologize. I'm trying to show as many comments as I can. Sometimes I rant a little bit, and some of you have long comments that get me going off on something else. So I guess we're back to, I forgot all about this, the Bill Spalding thing. Commentators, I've also heard Matt Laughlin is one of the nicest people to meet associated with the Devils. Spalding is good. Remember, he's only 34. He'll get better with time, I think. Damn, he's only 34? Yo, come on. Are you going to tell me your boy doesn't look like he's similar in age to Bill Spalding? Wow, I thought he was older than me for some reason. No, I think he is going to get better, but I said the bias, I think the bias is probably because I grew up with him and he's like a franchise, like a staple of the organization. And Chico, it is true. He is one of the nicest people ever. I've talked to him a million times over the years and a bunch of times, like for a while. Ice Truck Thrill, I've never had complaints to the Devils announcer, but man, do I miss Doc Emrick. Oh my God. You're talking about an all-time great, Ice Truck Thrill. And forget an all-time great, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Mike Doc Emrick is just insanely good, and he'll be forever missed. The voice of hockey. Travis says Bill is way better than Matt. I think it's an age thing. I'm curious to see when I get down further what other people have to say. Fentanyl Floyd Chico is funny as hell on radio color commentary, even more so than when he did TV. I always loved Chico, and I always wanted him back on TV as well. It's a shame. I think the only reason why you can't have all of them do something is because MSG is cheap, right? So Bill and Dano and Rachel and Sal are paid by MSG. They're MSG employees. I think Maddie and Chico might technically be Devils employees, and that's a very big difference. Because it would be nice, even if it was not every game or, on some sort of occasion, I do believe there is room on the broadcast for Chico and or Maddie. And yeah, now I'm thinking about it. They should just figure out a way to do it. And forget the money and the bullshit. Like, figure out how to make it happen. Because there is a bunch of times where they play like the same recycled kind of bits. Like, how many times did we see the thing, for those of you that watch MSG feeds, of the thing of Rachel, Dano, and Sal on the ice, like messing around and talking about deflections and shit. I feel like they played that thing to death, and it was replayed stuff to fill time. You could have had different new and exciting segments, or at least exciting to some of us, with Maddie or Chico or the two of them. Unhinged Devs fan, Knowles, old school, such a classic. Now in my 30s, it hits even better. Woodson says Bill is awful. Chico says Bill's good. He's not Doc, but he's good. Captain Mafungo, Gary Thorne was the best. I like Gary Thorne, but not better than Doc. But Gary Thorne was awesome. He was the Devils guy, obviously, before my time, but he was great on ESPN. John Woodson, Dano had to correct Bill so much when he started. Evan says Bill and Dano are great. Matt was fine. Paulie Walnuts, nice to see offense starting to come to life. 5 goals against the Bruins and 4 goals tonight. We're going to need them to step up and help Allen. Absolutely. Alex Russo, Steve Kanji. Scars! That's so funny.
Yeah, all these guys, man. It's crazy. Eric Wolf, Jack needs to cut down on his turnovers lately, but I think he's made up for it with his new work on the PK. He's been really good at that. I'm not going to say it's an even trade-off. I just can't. Some of the giveaways have been in terrible fashion at really bad times. Unhinged Devs fan, I like the MSG announcers, but I do like Chico and the Devs radio streaming broadcast. Doc was a legend. Woodson, I'm spoiled with Doc. The drop-off is insane with anybody they put in there. Yeah, it's not even – it's night and day. They can't even – it's not comparable. It's really unfair. Travis Walker, honestly, Devils fans have been so spoiled. Doc was the GOAT. Kanji was amazing. Bill's getting way better. Wolf Rockin', what's going on? Nobody can touch Doc Emmerich Ace, but I do have a soft spot for Matty since I've been watching him since as far back as I can remember. Let's go Devils. Yeah, so maybe it's I know. Is this Matthias? I don't like the answer of the team after our captain got injured. They should headhunt Suzuki. Yeah, it just I don't know. I really have to think Keefe is telling them, not to do this stuff. And I think in some games, like, you really have to just I don't know. It's really frustrating to me because back in the day, these dynasty devil teams that all of us old timers quite frequently bring up in some capacity, you were not getting away with this shit back in the day. Like if you're hitting star players and doing this sort of stuff, there's going to be a response, and it's going to be not one of these weak like wrestling matches. Like someone's going to get busted up. Ice Truck Thriller, he sounds like he's in maybe group 3. Okay. I don't love fighting, but it has its place. Maria D, I need to see fights every game. I don't need to, but I would like to. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't like to, but Captain Mofungo was a nail biter. Definitely would have preferred a convincing win, but they won the game. That's all that matters, and that is absolutely correct. Ice Truck Throw. Don Cherry has probably gone insane watching lack of fighting. Yeah, how is he going to make a Rock'em Sock'em volume? I don't know. He's definitely still not making them anymore, but he would be in volume in the hundreds. Jeep, if Mac is going to get put on the fourth line and we have an injury, I need to see him instigating, causing problems. It's obviously not for lack of him wanting to. It's, I think, for lack of being allowed. And obviously at this point, lack of playing time. Vicariously, and to think all they needed for center depth was for McLeod not to be a scumbaggy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get all into this, but obviously, had he not had any, whatever happened, had never happened, and he was still on this team, we would obviously be in much better shape. As Jay Snow talks about it a lot, and I'll entertain it because it's just crazy to lose a guy for nothing, and he was so good, and it would be the perfect player, that skill set to have on this team. Chico says, I have no confirmation, but I feel like losing McLeod last season was a blow the locker room never recovered from. I think they were blindsided about what kind of guy he actually is. If it was a blow to the locker room, I don't think it's necessarily for the reasons you're saying, but I'm not really going to go into all this. Jay Snow, how can you blame Stammer? Tampa lowballed him, so he went out and got his bag. Good for him. No, listen, I'm not mad at him for leaving Tampa, but I'm mad at him for not trying to really stick it to them and try to win a cup somewhere else. That's the ultimate, to the Lightning. Not, I mean, I guess in a way it's the same, it is a big finger to them to get paid max dollars too. But if he goes there and sucks, imagine if Tampa wins the cup. Who's the dummy now, right? And who knows what they really offered Stammer. Like that'll probably be a story at some point years down the line that Tampa fans would really want to know. And it may be divulged in interviews or whatever down the line from now is, what did the talks between Stammer and the Lightning consist of? Like, what were the talks that were had? When, at what time did they happen? And, obviously dollars and cents, what was the money actually on the table? What was he asking for? Like the nitty gritty of the way basically Stammer left Tampa. is an unsolved mystery at the moment, and it's very interesting, and we may never know. But I do think the ultimate kind of justice or revenge, whatever you want to call it, for Stammer would have been to go somewhere and win a cup. Doesn't look like it's going to happen in Nashville. And yes, he did get his money. But, I mean, Jason, no, Nashville's a good team last year that needed more scoring touch. Everyone loved Nashville to make a run this year. I don't know. I didn't see them on anyone's list. I mean, obviously they were a playoff team. And I will say, I guess he realized, and I don't remember the timing. It did come out that him and Marchessault spoke to each other. So I guess that I forgot about that. The Marchessault thing makes it a little different. So it's like, if you look at the Predators, no one was talking about them really going to the cup before these guys signed. But if you're Marchessault and Stammer and you say, they had a pretty good team last year, they might only be a few pieces away. If you and I both sign there right now, are they a cup contender now? And I do believe at that point, myself included, and many people, I think, thought, I'm not going to say they're a cup favorite, but now they certainly look like a cup contender. A decent team last year that did go to the playoffs, and now you get Stammer and Marchessault. Seems like you could be a legit contender. So maybe that's what was going on in their head. Either way, we didn't get him, so it is what it is. But Unhinged Devs fan, where's the guy I stole Barbarians from? Who's the guy you stole Barbarians from? And the guy with Chris Moltisanti neck brace photo. All right, I'm trying to. Woodson says we're about 4 Cotters and Nasons in the top 6 away from even thinking about Eastern Conference Finals. I have to disagree. There. Insane Pollock, Ace almost passed out on the glove save on Nason that would have given us the late lead. Kind of how Kraken fans feel on the Markstrom save. I don't think it was anywhere near that good, but it was a really good chance. If he got it up a little bit higher, I think he could have got it. That was definitely one that I was like, oh. I think even Nace kind of threw his head up in the air, was like, damn it. That's a golden one down the drain. Ice Truck Thoroughly at 4 to 6 weeks with the, I believe that they're calling it a sprain. You guys are talking about all the McLeod stuff. Knowles, I think Dawes and Poulter are up the next 2 weeks to see who can fill Marky's shoes until he's back. It's their time to shine. Either kid will do well. Where's Jeremy Brodeur? Keith basically said Dawes is going to come up, I think, at some point soon, and Poulter's going to go back down. There was 7 games before the 4 Nations break, including tonight. And because of sports science and sports analytics, it's obviously a grotesque even suggestion to talk about playing someone like Jake Allen or any goaltender for that matter, 7 consecutive games. And so I fully expect that Nico Dawes will be in net probably one of the games in that first week of February where the Devils have 4 games in 7 nights. Sports Science says, no. I'm so sorry, Jake Allen. You will have to sit one of those games. And I think Nico Dawes is going to be the guy to get the nod. So we'll kind of get, a progress report, if you will. I'm going to call it the progress report game. The progress report game on Nico Dawes and where he currently is at in the pecking order of who wants to be the next franchise goaltender. So much can change between now and then, obviously. It's so far away. Natural Canopy, can we also chalk it up to Jack still being 23 years old? I mean, I'm sure with time and maturity, the puck management will be better. It is a fair point. But it's also a fair point to say that it is his 6th season. So regardless of his age, but I agree with you, still very young, not at his physical peak probably, or his, overall peak as a player, or his prime, if you will, probably a couple years away from that, or a few years away from that. But on the other side of the coin, it is his 6th season. And some of the stuff that you see, you're like, this is year 1 or year 2 kind of stuff. You don't really expect to see this in years 4, 5, and 6 even. And so it is a fair point that he is young, but in terms of experience, season 6, some of this stuff you want to say, we're well past this lesson now. These things should not be happening at this stage of the game. Chico, Matt Lockham was already on the radio when I became a fan, but I definitely have a lot of memories of being stuck on the road listening to him and Sherry, and now Chico, the man is awesome. Yeah, absolutely. For me, Doc was the voice of hockey. He definitely was. Not hearing Bill on the broadcast was brutal. Ryan, you're a Team Bill guy. M. Peyton, what's up, Matt? Solid, ugly win. Absolutely. I'll take the 2 points any day. It was ugly, but they showed some heart there, blowing 2 different 2-goal leads, surviving the attack of the parts of the third in overtime. And, it is what it is. Doc will always be the voice of hockey. M. Sharp, Jack turns it over when he tries to do too much. Packed channel, first time live on your show, just tuned in. Thoughts on Mercer as a top 2 center? Sorry, I just can't buy it. Well, I guess my question to you, Packed channel, would be who was trying to sell you that, is my question. LJ, Gary Thorne was awesome. Saved by Brodeur, and he covers. And John Leclerc now knows he cannot score against Martin Brodeur. Traveling Devils, I'm starting to think Jack has peripheral vision issues or is colorblind. I don't know about that. Random man, like your content. 3 quick questions. I miss Erica Wachter. I think everyone misses Erica, but I do like Rachel. Do you like Jake Allen's white or black mask? Is Nemitz going to be a good player, and why is he still in the AHL if he's good? I like the questions, but yeah, Erica Wachter. I don't think MSG wanted to pay her, so we'll always remember our fond times with Erica Wachter. You could catch her on NHL Network and some other stuff if you miss her. But I do like Rachel. I think she will get better in time. Like Jackhughes, she's also very young. This is her rookie season, and she's very young. With the white jersey, I like the white mask of Jake Allen better. I do like that he was doing the color match. They're both sick though. I'm a sucker for most goalie masks. I never seen a Devils goalie mask I didn't like. To some level, there's some that I'm like, but Devils goalie masks, and especially decent ones, there's something nice and simplistic about Jake Allen's that I really like a lot. And Nemitz, I believe, is going to be a good player. The reason he's still in the AHL is, quite frankly, because we have so much depth on defense that our best chance to win, he was not one of the best 6 defensemen on the team to give us the best chance to win right now. And those guys are in the lineup right now. I do believe that if there was an injury or something, he is most likely the first guy to get into the lineup. And now that Hadeka's, I think, healing up, that could throw a monkey wrench into that. I don't really know. We don't really know now where the franchise really stands with him per se, because he was injured in training camp. So we didn't really see where they thought of him in the pecking order. But Nemitz would be one of the first few. Yeah, it's tough. It would be interesting to see. I don't want to see it because it means an injury. But he probably would be the first or second guy in line to come into the Devils lineup if we had a need on defense. But it's just that he's young and the other guys are more experienced, and we need more, experience right now on the blue line to kind of turn this thing around. I do think he's going to be a great player, but he's also very young and has a lot of time, but I do think he will be a good NHL player. Jay Snow, we have 6 solid D-men and don't want Nemitz sitting in the AHL. I guess you're answering his question. Pack channel, fighting is great when it's not staged and expected. Listen, sometimes I like the staged ones too. I'm not going to lie, but the crazy random ones are a little bit better. Go Bora, we banked on Kovacevic being our 7th D-man. Then turned out Kovacevic was pretty spicy, so that's how Nemitz is kind of in the AHL too. Yeah, and we needed to be heavier, edgier, more violent, and Kovacevic brings that element as well. And had a solid training camp and preseason. Natural Canopy, Don Cherry is 100% allowed in our social club. Absolutely, Natural Canopy. I think Don Cherry should be one of the first members. Absolutely. Jason, no, Chico, that's what worries me with this Devils team. I hate when they get to rush reliant. Well, we saw a little bit of variety tonight. LJ, Don Cherry has more rock'em sock'ems than now. That's what I call music. So for the younger fans or younger people watching, Don Cherry was a crazy, over-the-top character, if you will, that wore crazy loud suits and ties and kind of, I guess they probably don't know who Craig Sager is either, so I'm talking to the same audience. Just a guy who wore crazy outfits. Look him up, Don Cherry. And he would release, back in the day, there were VHS tapes, if you guys know what that is. These big tapes, pre-DVD that you'd put in your VCR. Man, I feel like such an old man explaining VHS tapes, but he would put out Rock'em Sock'ems, and they'd be like all big hits and crazy fights from the season before, and it would basically be like a compilation of all of these plays, and you could order the tapes, and they were amazing. And he did it for years and years, and it was Rock'em Sock'em, so it was like Rock'em Sock'em 2, 3, 4, like that. I'm sure they're on YouTube, but look it up. Rock'em Sock'em, Don Cherry, amazing stuff. How about bringing in Trent Frederick thoughts? We've talked about Trent Frederick for a million times here. I would love him if the Bruins are going to sell. I don't think the Bruins are ever going to be out of it at any point before the deadline, and I don't see them moving him before a playoff run. I just don't. I could be wrong, but I don't see it. The problem with Nemitz, Casey, and Luke is any of them or all three could turn into first-line franchise defensemen. Trading any of them away makes me cringe. Woodson, if you had to pick right now, would you rather keep, not trade, which one would you rather keep? Well, Luke's never getting traded, so just let's just start with that. So would you, if you had to pick which to keep only one, would you pick Nemitz or Casey John Woodson? I'm curious. Chico, Stammer, man, maybe this is just a broke-ass opinion, but I feel like chasing a bag in hockey should always be secondary. If you win it all, you are immortal, especially if you're a star. Very situational. I can't say that I agree across the board. I 100% agree in the specific case of Stammer this time around, because Stammer has multiple cups and he made so much money in his career. I think it's like $120, $130 million career earnings. Then I apply this logic to it, because now I'm just like, you're set for life. So now you're just being a greedy scum versus a guy like, prime example, Johnny Kovacevic. His only career payday is coming this summer, unless, Fitz obviously extends him within the season. But the next contract Johnny Kovacevic signs is the first real money he's going to see, and his probably last big contract. So, if someone offers him $4 million times 5 years or some $4.5 million times 5 years, it's going to be a $20 million plus payday. That's going to really, change his life and his family's life. And he's only going to get that opportunity once. So a guy like him, I will never judge for quote unquote chasing the bag, but a wildly different example than what Steven Stamkos was just dealing with this past offseason. Obviously, he's already had championships, like I said, and, well over $100 million career earnings. And so to milk every last penny you can, like, if that's your MO, then cool, man. You're just not the guy I thought you were. Natural Canopy says Nemitz will be traded. It's inevitable. Question is for who? I really don't think they're going to trade him unless it's some deal that blows them away. And Fitz even tried to, kind of quiet the noise about it recently and was like, we're not trading him. But again, I always tell people, I don't put much stock into what any GMs or, what people say, because there's millions of examples, over time of people that said one thing and did the exact opposite, in sports. So, I'm not putting too much stock into that, but Jason says, I'd like to get Dougie's $9 million off the books after this year. People are going to miss Dougie when he's gone. Mark my words. John Woodson, Salayev is a left-handed defenseman. We have plenty of room for him in time. Will likely replace Dylan. I think Dylan's contract isn't going to age well. Didn't we only sign him for 3 years? I mean, I think he'll be fine. Yeah, he's a 3-year deal. One more year past Markey. Go Boros. Salayev gives me some Zadorov vibes. Of all guys I want to pan out, I want him because he looked beastly. He's a big boy, and he is nowhere near. I guess if you want to get excited about a prospect, if you're not necessarily looking for the most or the closest to being NHL ready, if you're just looking at prospects of any kind of time period, Salayev is definitely one to get excited about. Now, he's not going to be the first one here, and I'm going to drop a link in the chat. If you haven't seen this, I did see him in person at development camp, and Salayev was an absolute monster, and I videoed some of it. I didn't like, they were playing on the short, they weren't playing like they were doing this little tournament and they were playing like on small ice, like they were going the across the rink this way. It was hard, and because he's so big, he has a big stride, a long stick. Like I really would have liked to see him in like real game situation, and they were playing these like weird games. You could see it, but you could get a good look at him. I just dropped the link in the chat. That was from this past summer at the development camp, and I took that video myself, and it was cool to see him up close. Yeah, it's true. Pour one more. Win or lose, we booze, and we won. It's true. Wait, I got to skip back up. Please tell me I'm back. I hit it again, but it was a minor hit. Sometimes it could survive minor hits, but not massive blows. Did it survive the hit? Is the audio there? Oh, no. Can you hear me? Oh, thank God. Cheers to you guys. Wow, that was a scary one. I thought I rocked the mic, but cheers to you, Richard. Win or lose, we booze, and we definitely were winners tonight. Courtesy of Jack Hughes in the overtime. Gobor Salayev gives me Zadora vibes of all guys I want to pen. Yeah, he is a beast. I showed that. He's a beast. If he fills out and uses his body, he could be a killer. He could be an absolute killer. Jay Snow, we'd have Nemeth, Salayev, Luke, Casey. That's an insane young blue line. If they all make it the distance. It is a very promising decor, though, for sure. Jeep, Nemeth was a second overall pick. I can't wait for him to get his time not being rushed because of injuries. Natural Kennedy says Nemeth will get his time on another team. He is one of our better trade assets. Jay Snow, Fitz tried to sell Mercer as a top 6 guy. I don't think he's going to be. He tried to sell it to who? To us in the beginning of the season? Did he not play center after Nico went down? Yeah, but he's not. He was a center originally. I believe he was a center when we drafted him, and he played center for the Devils for a little bit. But the Devils have primarily used him as a winger forever. So, in a situation where if you have to throw him in there, you can. But he's really a winger now. I thought we would have seen him audition at center again, but for whatever reason, him and Cotter, I thought we would see tried out at center, but we really haven't. Woodson, Nemeth should replace Kova, and Casey would replace Dougie in theory, but somewhere you have to get a bigger defenseman in between. I think moving on from Kovacevic would be terrible. He's just big and rugged, and I like him. I really do. I think in the, what are you going to trade Kovacevic sometime between now and the deadline and then just throw Nemeth in there and hope for the best going into the playoffs? I think that could be catastrophic. Woodson, Mercer is confusing to me. Don't think he's a top 6, but he does have stretches where you think maybe. That's why Fitz bridge dealed him. Well, here's the reality. I mean, is Palat a top 6? I would say Mercer is just as much of a top 6 as Palat is. I mean, no disrespect to Palat, but if we're being real, is he not just as much of a top 6er as Palat is at a minimum? Yeah, of course he's going to go to the AHL right now. I'm saying, though, if someone goes down with an injury, who is the next guy getting called up? Is it him? Is it Nemeth? Is it potentially Casey? Chico, Mercer's a middle 6 guy, Swiss Army knife type player. In my opinion, he can do a little bit of everything, but he's not going to be outstanding at anything. I mean, that's fine. he's just one of those guys that you need guys like him to go deep in the playoffs too. M Sharp, love Mercer. Wait till some of these guys fill out. Ryan Johnson, Don Cherry is our god up here in Canada, and for good reason. Don Cherry is the absolute man. Oh, he got fired. He got canceled too. Man, everybody goes down. I forgot about that. Go Boro. Kind of sad for Holtz. Was hoping he'd have been a solid middle six for Vegas, but that's hockey. Yeah, it turns out the Devils were right about him, and I apologize. I apologize to Lindy for engaging in the free Holtz movement. Although that wasn't really a knock on Lindy per se, but it was a movement maybe directed towards him just because we wanted to see, right? Like, they may have been right about him, but at least let me see him fail in that role. Like, I wanted to see him fail in that role to believe it. Like, sometimes I think, it's worth giving them a crack just to show that what you thought of him was accurate. And it wasn't proven to us. Not that the coaching staff, has to prove anything to anyone, but a lot of us just kept believing that if he was given a bigger role, he would thrive. Turns out, a lot of people said the same thing when he changes and goes to another team, but now he's going to the AHL. So the Devils obviously won that trade with Paul Cotter. Natural Canopy Holtz sucks. I'm glad we got Paulie Cotter for him. It was a great deal. John Woodson, I'd love Evans, Frederick, or Tannen for bottom six guys, but I don't think any of them will be available. Yeah, these are guys that aren't probably going anywhere. And so you got to start really looking at the teams that are going to be sellers. People have mentioned Donato from Chicago. I think that could be interesting. There's going to be guys available from sellers. It's just a matter of when are they going to, start selling. Antonio, is that the game with an electric atmosphere they got here in Montreal? Let's go Devils. Scary about not having Hischier Markey. Yeah, it's downright frightening. It is downright frightening. Traveling Devil says both teams involved in the trades yesterday lost the games today. Interesting. Natural Canopy says, Chico, his hockey IQ never expired. Guys are genius even to this day. Gary Cashmere, I was at the game. Awesome W. Man, how many of you little shits were fortunate enough to go to the Montreal Canadiens game against the Devils tonight? At least 3 or 4 of you. I'm super jealous. Everyone's saying amazing atmosphere. Yeah, it's been on my list. I just hate the winter. And I went to Montreal for a day last winter, and it was a frozen situation. Val, I saw Don Cherry as a player in the AHL in the 60s. My uncle used to take me to Providence Reds games. He pointed out Cherry during the pregame skate and told me that guy is tough. That is awesome. Wait, what? Val, how old are you, Val? Oh, yeah, this is, I forget. Nemitz or Casey? Yikes. Hardest question ever. Casey only because I think Salayev will be our future shutdown D guy, but I think Nemitz will be rock solid all the time. Fair assessment. I think that's a fair assessment. We don't have another guy like Casey waiting in the wings, right? So you're like, all right, let me get the puck mover and the shutdown guy. I think that's sensible. Yeah, and I would prefer to keep Casey as well for that exact reason. I just think, I don't know, if they really want to make a play, Nemitz is our biggest bullet. And as much as I don't want to trade him, I think to really make a run, you're going to have to make one that stings, and trading Nemitz stings. But if you could get a piece that makes sense to give you at least a few years. Gary Cashmere, me and my lady were boozing in Montreal and repping the Devils. The city loves our team. Probably stemming back to the great Martin Brodeur, obviously. A nice boy from Montreal who went on to become the greatest of all time and always got a loud ovation when he played in Montreal throughout his career. The software is good. Woodson, you're a funny guy. Richard Zimmer, I've seen us make trades like that before. Langenbrunner. Oh man, the Langenbrunner trade was wild. Wild. Jamie Langenbrunner and Joe Newendike traded for the Devils for Randy McKay and Jason Arnott. Wow. What a bombshell. And without that trade, you could argue that the Devils don't win that 2003 Cup. Chico, Meyer, Mercer, Bratt, while Nico's out. Let's see what happens. I'm totally on board for that. I am totally on board for that. I'm hoping Nico comes back next game. I'm hoping he doesn't miss a game. But who knows? Will he be playing Monday night in Philadelphia? Jay Snow, in the offseason, Fitz was asked about Mercer and if we need a top 6 guy, and Fitz said Mercer is a top 6 player for us. I don't know if he definitively said that or he said we're looking to him to be one. But either way, I know what you're talking about when he talked about that. But he hasn't been a top 6 guy all season. So, that was his hope. But in practicality right now, he is not a top 6 guy. I think everyone, the thing that sucks is with the trade deadline, I think everyone is expecting Fitz to get a top 6 guy. And I don't think it's very likely at all. I think, but I do think Mercer's kind of on the fringe, and to the point that I think Woodson said before is like, you go in and out of believing he is a legitimate top 6 guy. And I totally understand that. That's kind of where I've been with him for a while now. It's like, yeah, there's streaks where you're like, oh, he's a top 6 guy. And then there's other streaks where you're like, nah, he's a nice third liner. And maybe that is why Fitzy decided to bridge him or whatever. But whatever you want to classify him as, I do value him on this team for sure. And I think that people that talk about, trading him, I think it's a little short-sighted. Jason, no, Palat shouldn't be in the top 6 either. Definitely not. Jeep, we only truly have 5 top 6s. Woodson says playing Timo on his off wing isn't a top 6 either. Chico, if I could clone Mercer, I would take 2 more in a heartbeat. No questions asked. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather clone Nason, but Gary says the same people who are pissed we moved Holtz say Mercer sucks. Swamp Fox has neither Palat or Mercer or top 6. Jack, even if someone was willing to acquire Palat for some reason, I don't think he's waiving his no movement clause whatsoever. Maybe. Natural Canopy, anyone in here taking Trevor Zegras for cheap? I am absolutely not. I hate to be that guy, but Zegras is another forward that's like the forwards we have. Absolutely not for me. I am a hard no. Go get me get me more grinders. People said Frederick. I mean, he's not the sexy name like Trevor Zegras, but I think a guy like Frederick helps this team more than Trevor Zegras ever could, in my opinion. A lot of people are going to think that's crazy. I don't think it is. Husky Unchained says hell no on Zegras. Val is 74 years young. I don't know how I never knew that, but props to you, Val. 74 years young, out here on the YouTubes, actively participating in a New Jersey Devils running with the Devils post-game. If you're not full of shit, cheers to you, Val. I hope I'm alive at 74. Never mind actively participating in a hockey YouTube live. Richard, thank you, sir, for the super. Much appreciated. I so agree. Cheers to you. Cheers to all the Devils fans. What did you agree to? Thank you very much, Richard. Really appreciate it. You agree to, I guess, something I just said. What do you agree to, Richard? Sorry, I'm all over the place here. But cheers to everybody. What a win. What a team. My hope is restored somewhat. Again, I'm not declaring that we're back just yet. I do think they are on the road to redemption. And if Jake Allen can secure our first 4-game winning streak in over 2 calendar years, I think they should erect a statue of him outside the Rock next to Marty's. There should be a Jake Allen statue. But thank you very much, Richard. Really appreciate it. Cheers to you. Husky Unchained, hell no on Zegras. Yeah, I'm with you. Chico says, I take a flyer on him, but Ace hates Zegras. Cheers to Val. Natural Canopy, I hate him too, but for a cheap price tag? No, don't get caught up in the cheap price tag because it's a cheap price tag on something you do not need. I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's a hard one. Like, yeah, if you're buying it at a discount, but you don't truly need it and it's like a waste, then it's just overall a waste. And he makes a good amount of money too. What the hell is he making these days? I'm pretty sure he's well overpaid for his production, and he's soft. I don't need any more soft kids. I want grizzled men. He makes 5.75. And let me just take a peek at something. But I'm definitely a no. Yeah, I get the appeal, and he does the Michigan and all the bullshit. I don't want any more bullshit like that on this team, and especially a young, fragile kid. I don't want any more. We have enough. It's time to bring in some dogs. Bring in some junkyard dogs. Give me more Paulie Cotters. Give me more Stefan Nasons. And obviously, if we get some with hands that could finish, I would love to see it too. But I'm a hard pass. Woodson, there's no player out there that is an obvious affordable get for us to add. I mean, maybe not at the moment, but I do think that it'll be obvious when the true sellers have emerged what pieces could help the Devils. Chico, I like Zegras just fine. I think maybe on this team he jump starts all over again. Hard pass. I'll tell you this, the viewpoint you kind of have right now, that was my attitude this offseason towards Patrick Laine. That was my exact thought process towards Patrick Laine, and man, what a get he would have been. And he's a big boy too. He's like 6'4", 210 or something like that. I would have loved Patrick Laine, and I'm pretty sure he was had for a fairly good deal. Jason, no way with Zegras. He's super soft and always hurt. Yep. Islanders won their Stanley Cup tonight. Is that right? They beat the Hurricanes in OT. Chico says, if I'm the Blackhawks, I'm sniffing for Zegras. Yeah, I think it makes sense with their timeline of a rebuild. For sure. Like in a few years down the line, he'll still be pretty young. And as, Bedard gets better, it definitely makes sense for them. 2 wins doesn't make us so back. I just said, I think we're on the road to redemption. I still need to see more for sure, but it's 2 steps in the right direction. Zegras is soft, not what we need. I have to agree with Woody here. Definitely not fully back, but it's starting now. If the Devils smack the Flyers home and away for the 4-game win streak, I'll declare them back. Oh, absolutely. Jack McCabe, I want the Devils forward trade acquisition to be at least like 6'3". I mean, I'm not going to get caught up on that size in particular, but the bigger the better, baby. Let's go. But there's a lot of guys that are only 6'1" that play a very physical brand of hockey. Like, that's why I'm not going to get caught up on that. Yeah, I would like some, the bigger the better, obviously. Bring in some monster guys. But if they play physical and they're a little smaller than that makes up for it for sure. LJ, I think Fitz is playing for next season. Oh, God, I hope not. If that is the case, I'm going to be livid because that's what he did last year. Not that he doesn't want to win now, but I think Nemitz is trade bait at the last minute if need be. I agree. He's got to be. He's got to be a piece in your holster if you're really serious about winning. Evan, love this podcast and energy. I don't know what that is, but thank you, Evan. Zegras. Vicariously, do you think Fitz involved the team in deciding how heavily he pursued Taylor Hall, or had anything to do with how much he kicked the tires? Because I do agree, I'm jealous of that deal. He may not have been interested at all for whatever reason. And if he didn't pursue it, then it is what it is, right? Like, differing opinions. He didn't think it was a good fit. Like, I'm not going to kill him for it. I thought he was a good fit. A lot of people thought it could be interesting, but, if he had his own reasons, that's fine. I'm not going to say, it was get Taylor Hall or you suck, as long as improvements are made. But the price was crazy. I mean, the Blackhawks are retaining half on Rantanen, so they're basically paying like 4.6 and change million bucks for a third-round pick. Now, granted, it is a high third-round pick because it's their own third-round pick back from Carolina. And because they suck, it'll be, closer to a late second-round pick than a late, it's going to be a very early third-round pick. So they decided to pay the money for it. But essentially, he was dumped off on the cheap. And if the Devils were truly interested, I believe he could have been had. That's why I have to believe the Devils were not interested. Stanley hates on him. He says, Hall's a diva on borrowed time. Last player we needed here. Woodson says he's either trying to shut him up or Kovacevic is gone. I hope not. Gary says, go get O'Reilly. I would love that too. I think someone's going to pay a high price for him if he's moved. Chico, I, Richard Zimmer, always loved Langs for his playoff runs. The man had another gear and knew how to tap into it. Honestly, wouldn't mind the Devils hiring him as a special assignment coach. Oh, put some respect on this man's name. Hire him as a special assignment coach. My man, Jamie Langenbrenner, is an assistant general manager to the Boston Bruins. How dare you suggest he gets hired as a special assignment coach? Woodson says a couple years of O'Reilly would cost us Mercer. No thanks. I wouldn't want to trade Mercer. Chico, Zegras and Line. I think Line would have been a much better fit. I wanted him bad. It was another one of those risky moves. A lot of people were very kind of hesitant to go in on Line with all the backstories. And, all these guys get their names dragged through the mud at some point. People are, he was a locker room cancer. And people talk all kinds of shit. He's a bad locker room guy, this, that, and the other thing. And he was in the player assistance program. And, a lot of people chirp. And I was like, dude, if he could pass the Tom Fitzgerald psych test, like he basically talks to him and believes like he's not going to be a problem and he just wants to come and win. Dude, Line would have been and then here's Woodson, what I was just saying people were going to say. I think he would have been a beast here and a true finisher. Line gets hurt too much as in a locker room diva. Again, assuming he was not going to be a locker room diva and was all in on trying to win. Again, that's asking a lot, but Jason, Blackhawks have a lot of young guys ready to come up. Evan, if this dude isn't the Chico, why dude getting 3 comments on the screen? I don't know what you're talking about. Jack, O'Reilly wouldn't cost Mercer. Devils aren't trading another hole at forward. Would be a D-man going the other way. That's what I've said before. Like, a lot of people are talking about trading a forward, but it's not that we need to upgrade. I mean, upgrading forwards is good, but in the end, we need additional forwards. Like, we cannot lose any of our, call it top 9 forwards, right? And we need additional forwards to maybe push some guys out. And so trading one of those top 9 guys for another guy is like one step forward, one step back, in my opinion. And Jack, I agree with you. If you really are trying to improve the team, you add a forward by moving a defender that's a prospect, not on the roster currently. Some people are going to say they'd rather trade Kovacevic. I disagree with that. At this point, I think I am really trying to win now in the next few seasons, and I value Kovacevic over maybe one of the younger guys. And if you could get a win now piece that you could get 3 or 4 years out of, maybe realistically, it might be a deal worth exploring. I don't know that Fitz is going to roll the dice that hard as of yet, but I think it's time. I've seen enough. It's time to go all in and try to win. I would do Kova or Siegs plus a second for O'Reilly. I would definitely be more open to trading Siegs than Kovacevic if I'm being real here. Evan says, you flaming me, John. NJ Swamp Fox, a Nelson or an O'Reilly would work. To be fair, last year's team was going nowhere. I agree with that. But I also value the team going to the playoffs, even if they get smoked. There is something to be learned from the experience of going as a group through these playoff wars, even if you get your ass kicked. There is a value in that. There is something to be said for what that does to the mental psyche that they would have now made the playoffs 2 years in a row if they made it last year, 22-23 and 23-24. To make the playoffs, have that breakout record-setting season, and then to just mail it in and let them drown last season when you're kind of playing the long game, I personally think is a bad look, and I don't agree with it. Now, other people will disagree. I respect your opinion there, but I just will never be on board with that. I will always rather make the push for the playoffs, hope for the best, and at least the group gets that playoff, even if it's just a round. Just going through the whole thing as the experience is pivotal, in my opinion, to eventually winning it all. You have to go through some of those early ousters and those playoff wars before you win the cup most of the time. Stanley 62495. Nelson would be a great ad, but no chance in hell Lou trades a rival, let alone the Devils. Chico says, what? I didn't know that. Good for Langs, man. I thought he was just chilling in retirement. Oh, no. Oh, no. By the way, Chico, did you know that I had an interview with him? Did you know that? Ace had a real nice interview with Jamie Langenbrunner. Jay Snow, yeah, that ate his whole contract. Oh, you're talking about Line. Man, that was a deal. I mean, Montreal hit on that. That was a move that, that was a nice move. Natural Canopy, Mercer, Nemitz, and a first for Pedersen. I hope you're kidding me. I have no interest in Pedersen. NJ Swamp Fox, given our relatively small wingers, we could use some bigger supplementary players. Nelson or O'Reilly, agree with Ace on Line. Yeah. I wanted him. I was willing to take the risk. Again, my risk always has the asterisk, though. The risk is obtaining him, given that he passes what I would call the Fitzy psych eval, whether it's a 10-minute phone conversation, whatever it is. Is your head in the right place? Are you ready to play hockey? Are you going to do whatever is asked of you of the coach to fulfill your role and commitment to this club? Do you want to win a Stanley Cup more than anything? And are you willing to come here and be a New Jersey Devil? And if he answered those satisfactorily, is that the word? Satisfactorily. Then I would have tried to get him. And I don't know how anyone wouldn't think that a guy like Line on our team right now wouldn't be killer. I mean, wow. Him with Jack would be crazy. Imagine him, Jack, and Bratter. That would be so filthy. Oh, my God. That's a crazy one to even think about. Jack, Bratter, and Line. Whew. He had a monster contract. I don't think it was that big. Let me double check. At the time, I remember saying I would do it. Oh, yeah. So now when I'm thinking back, it is more than I thought, but I still would have done it. Weren't teams talking about retaining at one point? But then they took the whole thing. Yeah, 8.7. But it's only for this year and next. At the time, I said I would have done it. Obviously, if you could fit them. Yeah, pretty soon all these guys are going to be making ridiculous money. It's just crazy how out of control the salaries have gotten. Evan, I have a good idea. Let's trade all of our assets for a backup goalie. Jeep, I feel like every day we wake up, the more eager we get to make a major trade. I'm not looking for a major one. I just want the team to be improved. Just get a couple depth pieces. People have thrown around Frederick. I really like Frederick's game. Again, I don't think he's going to be available, and I've been saying that to people. Those rumors kind of started a while back when the Bruins were looking like they could possibly be complete shit. But, the Bruins are now in third in the Atlantic. Really more like a wild card, though. Let me see the points percentage because, there's a bunch of multiple wild card teams have games on hand in them. Yeah, I mean, wow. Yeah, they're in a dogfight. They're going to be in a dogfight for a wild card spot. I mean, if you go on the NHL standings, it shows them as third in the Atlantic. But they have 56 points through 51 games played. Points percentage of .549, and it's showing them as third in the Atlantic. But when you go to the wild card, the Lightning only have 1 point less. They have 55 points with 3 games less played. Points percentage .573. Ottawa has 54 points in 49 games with a better points percentage of .551. Wow, it's going to be a dogfight, man. This could be a really great kind of playoff stretch. And, I don't see Boston falling completely out of it. near the deadline, and I just can't see them moving him. I mean, what is there to be gained there? They want to go on a run, and you're obviously a better team with him. Why would you trade him off? I just can't see it. Natural Canopy agreed. Always try to make the playoffs, even if you get smoked. I will die on that hill. Natural Canopy. I will absolutely die on that hill. I will never say, just, play for the pick or the bullshit. No, especially with the young, fragile group like I believe we still have to some extent. They just came off that record season. We beat the Rangers in 7. You must make the playoffs next season no matter what. Even if you have to burn an asset or two to do it, I don't give a shit. I do feel like there was a lot of psychological damage done to some extent by this team missing the playoffs last year. I fully believe that, and I think even going to the playoffs and getting crushed would have served them very well, going forward. Jay Snow, we're going to go into the Four Nations, and Fitz will probably make moves from there. I'm sure he's going to be talking to a lot of people. Chico, 23-24. Maybe I'm a homer, but I honestly, I really believe almost up to the end that the Devils could have turned it around if they had some stability in that. Maybe March goes differently. 1,000%. 1,000%. I said if we got a goalie in ideally February, or ideally rather mid-January, but even early February, if we had gotten Allen, Kakinen, or any other average NHL goaltender who could give us average NHL goaltending play, I do believe the Devils could have made a run to potentially squeeze into the playoffs. I fully believe that as well. And they decided not to go that route, which is why I was so critical of Fitz and the Devils last season, because I thought it was a squandered opportunity to really make a push. It really upset me. Ryan says injury bug is back. Hopefully Nikos doesn't miss a game. Natural Canopy, Ace, bringing in a skill player like Pettersson would allow Palat to return to the third line. You're getting caught up on the skill, my man. Don't forget, we need bruisers. Pettersson's not doing it for me. And he makes 11.6. I think that money is much better spent elsewhere. What is his deal? Oh my God. Yeah, he's in year 1 of 8 on his deal. Wait, I have to be looking at something wrong. Oh my God, this contract is terrible. His agent, Pat Brisson, what do you know? Marty's old agent and one of the power agents in the game. He's 33 years old. Oh, I'm an idiot. 26, 20. I was like 33. That would have been crazy. He's 26. He signed for 8 years at 11.6. I chance that money somewhere else, man. That's a lot of money for him. Listen, he's a good player. Again, I don't know that he's bringing in. I really want a skill guy that's gritty. Like, they really got to be gritty. We're just missing too much of it right now. I want a North American. I want a big American or a Canadian. A big North American boy. Nasty Mo. That's really what I want to see. Jack, I would love a Meyer, Cotter, O'Reilly, Mercer line. Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. If there's so many combinations. You get a guy like him, you have so many combinations. It is interesting. Like, yeah, and especially if you now start playing line combination possibilities with Mercer and Cotter potentially at center. I don't think ideally you would only want one of them to have to play center, if anything. Because they haven't been featured there all year, and it's like if they haven't done it by now, then what is the deal with it? But a lot of possibilities. Guys talking about Line and making almost $9 million. I think he would be even better than he is on the Canadiens with this Devils team. Woodson, Fitz will be quiet. We've made our noise in prior seasons with limited assets and needed forward prospects. It's next year mode. If that's the case, I'm going to be furious. I will be furious. Snow says they were so ass last year we wouldn't have made the playoffs even if we had a goalie. I disagree there. Evan, if we had to trade a first-round pick and more for a trade with a team that wasn't winning this, if we had to trade a first-round pick and more for a trade with a team that wasn't the Stanley Cup, wasn't winning the Stanley Cup now, no way I would do it. I'm not sure what you mean by that. M. Sharp, Bruins eventually need a rebuild. They would kill for a young D-man on a rebuild. Yeah, but we're not giving him one of our studs in a Trent Frederick deal. I mean, what do you think they would realistically be looking for on Trent Frederick? Yeah, Joe Mama says Pedersen got paid. No way we could bring him in. Ace would close the farm teams to make the playoffs. What does that mean? I wouldn't close them. You didn't have to do much. I mean, you could have got a goal. You saw what we paid for the goalies. I mean, you couldn't do that in January. Are you a fan of tanking for a higher pick? I think JT Miller's 30. I thought he was 31. Yeah, Miller's 31. Miller definitely. Miller's a gritty guy. I like him. His contract is a little with his age is I don't know. Go Boro. I'm not keen on JT either. His contract is pretty ouch. That's the thing. Go Boro. There is of course the elephant in the room, but that's such an ideal scenario. I don't know exactly what that is. Everyone slamming the decor. It was pretty bad. Pipe dream. Anyone in on Dylan Larkin? Why are they going to trade him? What's he doing this year? He's playing well. Damn, all these guys are getting paid. It's crazy. Yeah, he makes 8.7. My God. Yeah, the contracts are officially out of control, guys. It's wild. The contracts are officially... Evan Spitzberg, sorry, Ace, let me rephrase that. Last year, if the Devils gave up a first-round pick and more in a trade when we weren't winning a Stanley Cup, I would not make that trade. Oh, it wasn't... Who was talking about giving up a first-round pick? Although I will say, given the way it all played out, why couldn't Fitz aggressively try to do the Markstrom deal last year in January or February? I mean, I guess the owner supposedly had something to do with it. There was a deal in place, but either way, outside of the Markstrom deal, I was just talking about getting like scraps, not using. I would never burn a first round pick to just make a push for the playoffs, knowing you're going to get killed. But that's not what I was suggesting. Naturalist isn't MLB's a thing called the cap. Let's just sign Team USA. Mark says, I have a feeling Fitz ain't going to do shit. I really hope you're wrong. I really hope you're wrong because we cannot afford to sit idly for another season. Like, this is a totally different situation than last season. We've shown we could play very well. We've shown we could beat some of the best teams in the league. And it's time to go and maneuver as though you actually believe those things, that you do believe this is a true Stanley Cup contending team, and you must maneuver that way. You must maneuver that way. It doesn't have to be, I'm not saying it has to be a crazy, big, fancy, splashy, big name blockbuster like we saw last night, but you have to be actively trying to improve the roster through trades. Snow says Larkin's not getting moved. John Woodson, you'll be furious this year and really happy next year. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Go Boro. The Detroit fans I know love Larkin. No way Detroit lets go without major money, and they ain't doing bad for prospects, too, so we ain't got much wiggle room. Now we're getting into wild stuff here. I don't see it happening. Jay Snow, Seattle's open to trading a lot of their players. Natural Canopy, there's been rumors out of Detroit. Larkin is tired of not making the playoffs. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. Yeah, guys aren't going to want to sit on sinking ships. And Detroit they're not totally out of it. Let's see. No, they're right there too. 55. 4 points out. I mean, if you had to bet, there's just the teams in front of them are going to be, Rangers, Canadiens, Senators, Blue Jackets, Lightning. Like it's going to be hard to leapfrog 3 of those teams. But it could happen. I mean, all you need is one little hot streak. M. Sharp, Fitz is smart at finding jewels in the rough. This team started to recover. It wasn't all the same problems at once. I really think it all comes together in February and the team recovers for a bit of a playoff run. I'd certainly hope so. That's the goal here, to make the playoffs and go far in the playoffs, not just make it. Ace, what are your thoughts on Braden Shen? I mean, another guy that I would say definitively you couldn't argue that he would improve this roster for sure. He definitely improves this roster. The question is, out of all the guys that are going to be available, what are the best possible ones you could get, and at what best, potential price? Which is why one of the reasons I was caught up on Taylor Hall, specifically because they had mentioned that the asking price was going to be pretty low. Like a few weeks ago, I think it came out that they were like, the Blackhawks are looking for a 3rd rounder. So I thought that really represented a very low risk, high reward type deal where you bring him in at little to no cost, and you have a pretty high upside that he just, looks like a new guy reunited with the Devils, playing with some new line mates, going on a run, playing it, on a competitive team again. Fitz will make a move. He's already been rumored by weeks. Joe Mama, look what the Canes did. They're playing to win while the Devils drag their feet. I agree, but a lot of people, if they were as aggressive as Tulsky, the GM of the Hurricanes, if I at some point very soon, if not this season, next at the latest, but I would like to see it sooner than later. At some point, Fitz has to make a ballsy move like that. Like, that's actively trying to win. Now, if it doesn't work, there's going to be some idiots that kill him for it. But in the end, would you rather your GM, again, be playing pocket pool and do nothing? Or would you rather it say, in the looking back, if it doesn't pan out, they don't win a cup, like, oh, that deal didn't work out, but at least you know that he was trying everything he could to win and putting the team in the best situation to win. That's a win now maneuvering right there. Jason Weeks usually spot on with his rumors. Yeah, he has a really good Rolodex. Jack McCabe, Ace, what's your thoughts on a potential McTavish for Nemitz? Those two would headline, but more pieces would be involved. Man, are they really going to trade him? I mean, the Ducks have some good young players, like especially with Dostal and net. I don't know though. I feel like Nemitz's ceiling is higher than McTavish's, but you never know. Jason, the Canes have been serious contenders for a while. John Woodson, tanking helps speed up the rebuild, which we're still in. I am so anti-tanking, Woodson. Jack Shen would be a great 3C scrappy guy. Would he even be happy with that role? I think he's on the top. I think he's on the top line with those young guys over there. Woodson, everyone living in dreamland with these trades. Go Burrow says, Woodson, which ones? Jason, eventually you have to make that franchise altering move. Yeah, you gotta make a ballsy move usually at some point. And you've seen it time and time again. Lou Lamoriello was the master. John Woodson, if we are so good, why do we need all other teams' best players? Yeah, I'm looking to just some depth moves. I really do like Frederick. I just don't think he's going to be available. Chico, if the Devils they're going to add depth, I think the faith in the front office is with this core, and I agree. Ryan says, Ace, go to bed. The team don't care about us. We got a win tonight, man. Jack, Anaheim would kill for a young right shot D-man. Natural canopy. Here's an idea. Bring back Adam Henrique. I wanted that last year, but that ship has sailed as well. John Woodson, I haven't heard one good logical trade idea other than O'Reilly. Chico, no shot Oilers par with Rico after nearly completing a historic comeback in the finals versus the Panthers. Yeah, I mean, he's in his home country. He's in Canada. Great role player for the Oilers. And, he's looking to win one there. Trade Mercer and a fourth for a third-line physical center. I think we could get a third-line physical center without trading Mercer. Trading Mercer would be a very, very bad idea. Very bad idea, in my opinion. I don't know why everyone's lately been on the trade Mercer train. I feel like it's a fairly new movement. A lot of people have been jumping on that one lately, like trade Mercer. I don't know why. I'm trying to think, does it have anything to do with his holdout? Like, are people holding that against him? So now they're like, oh, this guy held out, just trade him. I'm closing tabs on my computer here in the background. Random side note. If anyone hasn't seen the Ryan Reeves, Matthew Olivier scrap from a few nights ago, it is a pretty damn good one. Pretty good bout. It was like a throwback variety. I really enjoyed that one. Olivier and Revo really went at it. Stick Figs, I say we tank. I'm a young whippersnapper. The future is bright. Brat and Nico may be in a game, but I look forward to Casey lifting the cup. Woodson says we've waited 20 years. What's another one or two? Your math is off, Woodson. This season marks 22 years ago. 22 years ago, in just 4.5 months from now, it will mark 22 years ago that the New Jersey Devils last skated that beautiful chalice known as Lord Stanley's Cup. 22 long years. Your boy Ace was driving his first vehicle. He could remember it well. And it seems like, in some ways, many lives ago. Eternities, in fact. Goboro says, Ace's toilet door, Nico Bashin, and future considerations for Frederick. Anson Meadows, we traded the other first rounders from the Mercer draft. Mike, what are your thoughts on a Nemitz, Palat, and a second for JT Miller? Are people thinking that's realistic? I haven't really been following it because I don't think it's going to happen. So I kind of stopped following it. But, like, is that that can't be like a realistic trade package, can it? I mean, I think that would be a gross overpayment. Nemitz, Palat, and a second for JT Miller. My God. Joe Mama Mercer just seems naturally snake bitten. The guy is almost always in the right place. We just can't finish. Jay Snow, because Mercer is a tradable asset at a good number. Woodson, Mercer looked great tonight. Chico, Austin Matthews called the Leafs crowd for being silent after that fight. That's captain shit. I did hear that. I forgot about that. Well, here's probably a news flash. Sorry, Austin Matthews. Most of the people at the Maple Leafs games are probably rich people that aren't real hockey, like diehard hockey fans that don't even know what's going on half the time. It's the unfortunate reality. It's been happening in a lot of pro sports. It's not just exclusive to that team or the NHL, but Woodson says trade Mercer now. You need 5 bottom 6 guys instead of just 4. What does Mercer do that's so good we have to keep him? He could randomly fill in at center in case of an injury. He could kill penalties. You could put him on the power play. He's a very good $4 million, in my opinion, player, and a guy that's a little unique in terms of what he can do that not many other guys on the team can do all the things that he does. Go Boro. My first car was a 1999 silver Dodge Durango with third row seats. And it was just awesome. I've always actually wanted to rebuy one just to have. and like randomly drive it, but like storing cars and shit's annoying. But I always wanted to have one because it was an awesome car. Third row seats, we'd pile in like mad people. I think like I'd have like 10, 11 kids. We'd go to New York City and shit. There'd be like 10 of us. And this is the year I got my license was the first year they did like that nonsense. I think they called it like a provisional license where there was like stipulations like, oh, you have a license, but like you weren't supposed to drive after midnight. I think you were only supposed to have one other person in your car. You weren't supposed to leave the state. I was like, whoops, let's go for the hat trick. I'm going to break all three at once. More than one kid in the car after midnight, crossing state lines through the Lincoln Tunnel to go to New York City. The good old days. The good old days. LJ, I think the trade Mercer movement is because he's one of the few realistic moves that this team can make. They can have a decent return. That said, bad idea. I wouldn't move on from him. Neither would I. Neither would I. He just, to me, he's more valuable to the team than what you could get for him. Unless it's like some crazy deal that comes along and he's like part of it. But again, I just look at it as one step forward, one step back. Chico, Mercer's a little bit of everything at third, second-ish line level. He's a valuable player. He can be a little tougher. He can score a little more, but he's good and worth a roster spot. Stickfigs, I'm not down to trade Mercer or Timo or Dougie, but I have to admit they do not always play up to their contract. I mean, it's a little fair, but again, Timo does things that don't show up on the stat pages. Woodson, Mercer makes $4 million, averages 20 goals, 40 points a season, and never misses a game. That's not a bad value. I agree with you there, sir. Natural Canopy, Pilato is a player you need in the playoffs. JT Miller is garbage. Give me Pedersen. I can't get on the Pedersen train. 11.6. I can't. Woodson, another fair point. The whole team doesn't play up to their pay at times. It's absolutely true. I mean, they lost 5-1 that night. Matthews can't say shit. Go Boro, I'd maybe be more keen on Besser if we did business with Vancouver. Natural Canopy says I'd take a flyer on Brockstar. Jay Snow, Pedersen's getting killed for playing soft. I'd rather Miller if I had to choose. I absolutely agree. I do not want any soft guys going forward. Every guy we bring in must be at least medium level toughness. At least medium level toughness. What year, Ace? It was I think it was a 1998. It was a 1998 or 1999 because I got it in 2002 and it was a few years old. Same body style, so I actually forget if it was a 98 or a 99. Now I'm actually looking these things up to see if there's any for sale. I mean, it's going to become one of those cars, that age. That's going to be super hard to find because you're talking about a car that's now 25 years old. Yeah, I'm going to have to go on a deep dive later to see if I can find one. Go Boro, damn, Ace be blinging it for a first car. Might just be the European in me, but nice. It was old and it wasn't that much money. Cars were somewhat affordable back then. I have one in my driveway. Nice. I rented one to kind of test drive it. I needed to rent a car for something a few years back, and I rented it. And I enjoy driving it. The newer ones. Chico, Joe Mama, that's why I like it even more, to be honest. He's taking the story off the team after a bad loss and making about him, calling out the fans. That's captain shit, shielding his team. No, Austin Matthews is a beast, and I'll be cheering for him like a madman when he's playing for Team USA in the Four Nations. Natural Canopy, let's be real. Nobody ever followed the provisional rule. I know some people whose parents were like maniacal about it. And I was like, what? I'm like, I would never, I was breaking every single one of them at the same time. Jay Snow, they were serious about that provisional rule. Yeah, some of you remember. I remember my year, the year I got my license was 2002. It was the first year that had that shit. And we were like, oh, hell no. 85 babies this aggression will not stand. This aggression will not stand with all these damn rules. SST says fire. Fitzgerald. Woodson says fire. Everyone go Boro. Ace for GM. I don't want to be a GM. I would just love to be like a marketing person or something else. Not a GM, though. I would just like to be in the mix. Chico, if you bring on an $11.6 million player, how do you turn to Hughes, Brat, and Nico and convince them to take team-friendly deals again, especially for someone as streaky as Petey? That's just one of the many layers to it. Jack McCabe, Ace, if you suddenly took control of the Devils and you had to fill out the roster, which current players would be on your team? Are you talking like league? Are you talking about like realistic? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, are you talking about real? Are you asking me for like realistic trade targets, or are you playing like complete fantasy game, like where I could pick the Kachuk brothers? Like, I'm trying to figure out what you're exactly asking me here. Yeah. Oh man, and for 11.6 million per, that's just not good enough. It's just not. Yeah, you guys are wild, man. Anson Meadows, John Madden would be a nice addition to the squad. Time machine, absolutely. I don't know if you were here for the chat. I think people one night after a loss, we were just commiserating, and someone was like, "Which Devil of the past of all time would be like the best player on there, or the most, would be like the best addition to this team?" And John Madden definitely is one of them for sure. Go Boro. If we win the Stanley Cup, Ace gets a Durango and does donuts in the parking lot. Need something for smoking the what? I have no idea what's going on. Let's trade for Quinn. I think he'll try to sign here in free agency at some point in his career, I do believe. Is it just me or does Jack slow this year? Jack McCabe, there's a scrap in the corner. I don't want my star players off to the side looking on. I want them in there getting ugly. Pedersen and Zegras are examples of the bad. Evan, they still have those rules. I remember when I had my provisional license in 2020. Oh, I'd imagine there was those rules and worse ones probably. I mean, nothing gets better for kids, right? So, you get your license at 17. It was like, oh, now, my year was the first year they had the provisional. And then I imagined over time that it would become more bullshit. And it's a shame. It's a damn shame. John Woodson, Chico called me Woody. I think he's starting to like me. Yeah, man, you guys are nuts. Chico, Meyer, Madden, Mercer, oh man, what a line that would be, huh? Let's pretend that you could pick anyone that could fit in the salary cap. I mean, we basically have no cap room right now. Trent Frederick probably is on the list. I think he is one of the better guys to play that role for sure. So the bad contracts and such are gone. Well, with the guys we still have right now, there's not much flexibility. That's what I'm saying. So if if I have to live in the world of realism or potential realism, it'd be something like Frederick and like another, for me, last week I probably would have said something along the lines of like Frederick and Taylor Hall. Now I would say like Frederick and I don't know. I'd have to look at let me see. I mean, Frederick and O'Reilly would be pretty insane. Game escape. Jack and Brat have looked a step slow since the break. Meyer, Friesen, Mercer. Wow. I love Jeff Friesen. Another underappreciated ledge. Little legendary run that he had. Chico, Woodson, loser mentality. Give me the Canes round one and find a way. Oh, man. I mean, listen. It'd be so sweet to take out the Canes, especially this new reloaded version with Rantanen and Taylor Hall. But if I'm being honest, it was a scary proposition before last night. I mean, you really have to say, at least on paper, the Canes got a whole lot scarier, in my opinion. In my opinion, it would be. You're talking about a different thing now. Yeah, Canes and Avs lost. Great, that's one game. Let's first game, new teammates. Maybe a little emotional for some of these guys. I'm waiting to see what happens in the playoffs for both of these teams. SST, what first round the season is over after game 82? Are you talking about this season? SST? You still believe this team isn't a playoff team? Oh my god. Go Boro, Meyer, Gomez, Nason. Wow. Gomer in between the two bangers, huh? Woodson, imagine a post-game live after a first-round series sweep. Oh man, I don't think I can imagine that. That would be phenomenal. That would be something special for sure. A first-round series win, period. Chico, if the Devils are at 100%, everyone healthy, I fear no one, to be honest. I mean, maybe not fear, but, prefer not to play, perhaps. Jack McCabe, could Justin Dowling be moved into the top 6 if Nico is out versus Philadelphia? I mean, oh my God. He could. Again, if this doesn't, and no disrespect to Justin Dowling, I think he's been awesome. Being called upon, thrust into NHL action after we suffered these injuries. But, he started off the season in Utica. Then because of injuries, he ended up on our 4th line. Then because of some other injuries / illnesses, he ends up on the 3rd line. And now we're talking about a scenario where he now makes yet another bump into the top 6. I mean, oh my God. I don't know, if that doesn't scream we need some more depth to be brought in. I mean, what do you need to see? Goboro, if Nico's out, Cotter at center on second line. Again, with him, both Cotter and Mercer having played center in the past, I think, it's something freaking new every game. I mean, obviously after the Senators game, we looked like shit last weekend against the Flyers and Senators, and so Keefe was forced to go back to the drawing board after back-to-back 1-goal outings and come up with something new. And then he did, and then it's like, more illnesses, guys are out, so he has to change them up again. And now you're talking about another injury. And so now it's, if Nico misses the next game, and now I think, and Haula back, potentially, or no, he didn't. I don't think we know on that yet. But there's a lot of things up in the air, and with those two guys that have both played center before, give us some. Try at least one of them at a time at center. I think they both should be tried at center very soon. Maybe you don't want to experiment with putting them both at center in the same game. I mean, that would make sense. But maybe over the, at some point before the Four Nations break, you try each one of them at center and see what you're kind of getting with some other combinations. And now you have a whole new world of possibilities that weren't looked at before. Oh, God, I benched Jack for Hallinan. I do like Hallinan. And Jason Snow says, Woody, they should bring up Hallinan. I would like to see Hallinan again. He got one game and jettisoned off back to Utica. Devils are winning the series, season series against the Canes. Anson Meadows, if we somehow get a Johnny Hockey Cup, I'll win $157K. The league would have to be scripted. Was that off the $10 bet? Are you the one that said that the other day? If you bet $10 on a Blue Jackets Flames final, it paid $10 for $157,000. SJ, love Timo tonight. Dude was deking left and right. LJ, just seen a post. Devils are the first team in NHL history to win 9 straight in Montreal. It's crazy. Rags couldn't do that back in the 30s with 4 other teams. It's hard to beat a team that many times in a row, period. Never mind all in their building. Natural Canopy, where's Paulie Walnuts? John Woodson, they won't. Management wants us to be nice to the other team during games. Jay Snow, my lord, need Halla back for his face-offs. Chico, I won't outright disrespect Dowling since you can tell the effort is there every night. But man, if he's on this team when the playoffs come around, I won't be too thrilled. I mean, that's what I was saying weeks ago. That's it. Just is not. That you have to be honest with yourself and say if that is the case, then you are lacking proper, offensive depth for the playoffs. I think that's fair. SJ put Mercedog on second line center. Jay Snow, and they said Jack's at 100% after the game. Okay. Paulie Walnut's been taking one hell of a bathroom break. Natural Canopy team is 100% missing Hall as face-off prowess. Jay Snow, I agree. Dowling can't be here. Mix it with the relish. The ketchup packets. You got Tic Tacs. $13. Hallen is scoring goals and he plays heavy. Yeah, I've been talking about him for a very long time. That I wanted to see him get an extended view audition. Natural Canopy guy ate them, didn't even tell me he had them. Jack McCabe, if seeing Luke take a draw in OT is not the most damning evidence of needing another C and soon, I don't know what is. Yeah, exactly. We mentioned this earlier. Oh, okay. Jason, I want to see Columbus get in the playoffs. It's a nice story, but be careful what you wish for. I mean, there's not going to be any easy matchups in the playoffs. The East is going to have a lot of decent teams. Anson Meadows. Okay, $13 for 100K. Wow. Blue Jackets snipe Canes for us. En route to the Blue Jackets Flames Stanley Cup final for you to cash that ticket. Jay Snow, we have zero forward depth. You're right. Chico, I mean, keep Dowling as a spare. If they win it all, get him a ring. Well, there's already rules established for that, and I believe he's already passed. It's not like even. It's like a defined thing. Let me just double check it. Oh, I thought it was less games than that. You have to play in 41 regular season games, which is obviously half. Or you have to play in 41 regular season games. Or one Stanley Cup final game. He's got to be at like in the 20s at least games played. Somewhere in the 20s. Oh, even more. Yeah, 33. Oh, he's well on his way to being eligible. Brandon Thomas, team looked good today. I wish our defense was more aggressive, but not bad. SJ, crazy the Nemec draft had Cooley. That'd be nice right now, or Shane Wright. I mean, yeah, revisionist history, but Nemec is definitely a nice piece to have, and he's certainly, if the Devils decided they wanted to address offense, I do believe Nemec could easily be turned into a very nice forward piece. It's a defined thing, but they can also petition to add names. Interesting. It's easy to go back at that draft, look at that draft now. Yeah, hindsight is 20/20 for everything. Drafts is one of the funnest things to do it with. Cooley would have been a great addition. Brandon Thomas, Ace, what's your confidence level on Allen right now? It's pretty high. Do I think he's as capable of straight up stealing points in games as Markstrom was playing the past few weeks? No. But again, like I said earlier, I had referenced in a video recently, looking at the 7 games of 4-4 Nations, I said, Jake Allen, I believe, has played well for the majority of the season outside of a couple bad starts and that one really awful one at home against Tampa Bay. But you just want your goalie to give you a chance to win every night. I do believe that if the team shows up in front of him, we have a great chance to win every night. So if you're talking like 1 to 10, my confidence level in Allen is a solid 8. I would say 8 out of 10. Anson Meadows, who are we seeing in the final? I mean, you'd have to go with the Jets. The Jets seem to be, one of the teams that is going to be fighting to make it to that final. But wow, I mean, there's so many good teams in the West too. Jets, Stars, Wild, Oilers, Knights, Kings. You still got the Avs, Flames, Canucks. I mean, wow. For some reason, I know where a lot of things are in Canada, but like Winnipeg, exactly location. Oh yeah, dude, that's. I thought it was a little more east. It's almost like dead smack in the middle of Canada. Winnipeg, Manitoba. A devil. I mean, wow. I just hope if again, I'm just getting way ahead of myself, obviously, but I'm just let me fantasize for a minute. If the Devils were to make the finals, I guess my realistic ideal team to play would probably be either Vegas or the Dallas Stars, taking everything into consideration, travel, the city. Yeah, that would probably be my ideal. Dallas or Vegas. Jeff, late to the chat. That's OT goal number 8 for Jack. Tied Niedermeyer for second in franchise history already. Yeah. He's going to climb up the list in a lot of franchise records before it's all said and done, I'm sure. SJ, I think they didn't want another center at the time, but I wanted Cooley. Jason, no, Allen's a more than capable goalie. I definitely agree. Natural Canopy, if Cotter scored the cup clinching goal in OT against Vegas, I will personally run in front of Prudential Center naked. Not the Jets. I'd pick Dallas, Oilers, Vegas. SJ, I'm at a 6.5 with Allen. I think you're underselling him. Woodson, 8 is a rookie number. Oh man, you're doing Portnoy rules on me. Then I'll kick it up to like. I might go like 8.4, just below 8.5. I'm gonna go 8.4. Yeah, Bumble for sure. Brandon Thomas, Jets and Toronto will be out in the first round. Woodson, I'm at an 8.2. Allen is just as capable as Markstrom. I think that's a little stretch, but when he's playing well, he's a good goalie. Woodson, the problem is the rest of the team. Yeah, I told everybody. I think what team shows up in front of the goalie at this juncture means more than who's actually in net. 'Cause I do believe they're both going to give you a very good chance to win. Evan, right now, I'd say the Kings are the team to beat in the West. And that's true. There's just so many good teams. Wow. I don't really like LA, so I wouldn't. Yeah, again, in my fantasy world where we're back in the finals, Dallas or Vegas would be ideal. Anson Meadows, we need Doc back for the playoffs. That'd be amazing, but Doc is definitely just chilling, enjoying retirement. That man worked very hard for years and years and years and traveled the country to give his voice to our beautiful sport. What a legend Doc is. Wow. It is crazy. I love going back and watching old clips of both Devils and just other NHL shit that he was a part of. And it's crazy. There's really nothing like it. Thorne on ESPN was good. I forget who mentioned that before. Gary Thorne on ESPN was definitely awesome as well. But, you know. Chico, I'm calling it now. It's going to be Devils, Vegas Golden Knights in the final. Devils will win in 6 because the Golden Knights had to go through the gauntlet. A Devils Knights final would be awesome. That would be really cool. And travel and hotels are fairly easy. Like Vegas is a good NHL city if you were like a visiting fan, if you will, because you could stay on the strip, you could walk to shit. That would be pretty cool. The tickets would probably be bonkers. I forget if I ever even looked. Not that I had any interest in going, but just as a market research kind of activity, if I ever got to look when they made it to the finals, what the prices were. They're probably expensive though, but you know, it's so rare now. I might make a new pact with myself. I some of you are aware of this. I mentioned it before, but I promised myself when I was about 17, 18, that if the Devils ever had the chance to win the cup, no matter where it was, if the Devils were playing for the cup that night, no matter where it was, I would be there. And now, because, it is just we're so far removed, and it is so truly special and could end up being so rare, that I think my new pact with myself is going to be, anytime the Devils make it to the Stanley Cup Finals, I'm going to all the games home and away. I think that has to be my new pact with myself. Jason says Kings get bounced by Oilers. Book it. Brandon Allen gets injured next game. Now what? You're gonna probably see. I mean, wow, why do we have to be negative? But I'll just play the exercise out for a minute. Allen gets injured next game. Well, if Poulter's still backing up, then Poulter would go in, obviously, and then Dawes would get called up, and then Fitz might look to make a move for or bring in a guy like Kakinen, wherever the hell he is, or any other potential, somewhat veteran guy that's floating around. I'm obviously hoping this doesn't happen, and this is a pretty diabolical question, Brandon. If I'm being honest with you, it's a pretty diabolical question. But in the short term, if that happened, Dawes would be our starter for an undetermined amount of time at that point. Yeah, I mean that's what it would be. Woodson says Allen gets injured. We go like next week. G. Pierce, see what's going on. We need JT Miller. I don't know that we need him. It's an interesting proposition. I like the player. I don't really like his contract age combination. SJ, I agree. That's why I'm at 6.5. It's not the goalie. It's more the team needs to be better. The margin is much smaller than it is for Markstrom, in my opinion. I mean, lately that's the case because Markey's been stealing points. Natural Canopy Ace, Mikhail Yegorov just signed with BU. I know he just reported there a couple days ago. I'd like to see him play. He's going to be one of the many guys battling it out to become the next, franchise goalie for the New Jersey Devils in the post Jacob Markstrom era. Whether that happens after next season or Markey is still looking good and gets another season after that, we do not know. Jeff, if we ever win another cup while Doc is alive, for the love of God, he needs to be the narrator. Are you talking about the announcer on the game or like the narrator of like the special, like the whatever they release after they win? Jason Yegorov on the fast track already in college. Natural Canopy Yegorov is a beast. Cannot wait to see him. John Woodson, Yegorov will sit on the bench his first year, at least 3 years until he's here. Jay Snow, he's supposed to be a stud. John Woodson, all our goalie prospects are supposed to be studs, but they are duds. I hope you're wrong, but again, I'm on record saying this. I've said it a million times. If we do not have the next franchise goalie in the system right now, then A, we must never draft a goaltender again. And I have a lot of questions for a lot of the scouts that need to be fired, because you cannot draft, Nico Dawes, Isaac, all these guys we have, Poulter, Jacob Malik, Tyler Brennan, now to be Yegorov. There's a couple more that I'm missing. If you can't hit on one of 8 goalies, then two things. One, you have no business ever drafting goalies again, because you clearly just are missing the mark and you don't know what you're looking at and cannot accurately evaluate the position while scouting. And B, immediately need to get new goalie scouts, because how do you miss on 8 guys? I do believe that will not be the case, though. I do believe either Dawes, Poulter, Yegorov, Brennan, Malik, one of these guys has to pan out. Natural Canopy says we haven't seen Poulter yet. SJ says I think Malik will come soon. Malik is a big boy. I did get to see him in person as well at that development camp. What about Brossoit? What about him? I think he's injured right now, and he's not going anywhere. Jason, no, that must be sick to go to every away game for the finals. I'd never be able to do that now. Well, I've never done it. It's just something I aspire to do. Ted, Doc Emmerich or Chico next in the Ring of Honor. I agree. I agree with that for sure. Jason, no, Malik's having a good year. Someone said he was sucking. Yegorov BU. Dude lost to BC tonight. I don't. Yegorov did not play. Am I looking at the right game? Let me just double check this. That was last night's. Yeah, their website sucks. He only gave up 1 goal on 24 shots. So it was 1-0. His team gave him no run support. He should get used to it if he's going to play for the Devils. Yeah, he made 23 saves on 24 shots, and then BC had an empty net. Man, what a tough break. What a tough break for Yegorov in his first college start. The championship DVD. Yeah, that'd be awesome for sure. He gave up 1. The other one was an empty net. That's what it said. Yeah, weak ones. One of them says it's an empty net on the article I just saw. He's also 18 years old. I'm still shocked we hit the trigger on Schmid when he won us a playoff series. Oh, man. Akira Schmid will always be a legend in my mind. New Jersey Devils franchise legend. You put some respect on that man's name. He did something that not a lot of people can say they did, and that was deliver a series victory for the New Jersey Devils in goal over the New York Rangers in 7 games. Very memorable. I'll never forget Akira Schmid for that. SJ, I like Malik. The most he played is pro league last 3 years and has good numbers, but of course NHL is a different level. Of course, Akira Schmid is a legend, says Evan. Brandon, I feel like we never gave him a chance. He had the worst defense possible for him. I mean, last year it was rough. Vic, miss Akira. Wished we kept him over Dawes. I think a lot of people were pulling for Akira. I think things between him and the organization did get contentious at some point, because I think he was getting frustrated with getting yo-yoed, up and down between Utica and the Devils. I mean, it's a tough spot for a kid to be in, especially after, it's very similar to honestly how Nemitz probably feels right now. Like, he played basically all of last season and he thought he was an NHLer, and they're like, psych, we got this Kovacevic guy. You're going to Utica. And he was probably like, what? That's tough. And that's probably how Akira felt. I mean, probably even worse for Akira, because he literally came in and saved the team down 2-0. Down 2-0 against the Rangers, and he goes into the Garden and wins 2 huge games and wins the series and wins the series in 7 games with a shutout. I mean, wow. What a just amazing story. After that, I really had hoped that he would, get it all together and become the guy. Anson says, like the stream. Last chance, folks. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. We're going to wrap this up soon. Typically on Saturdays, I'll stay on here longer just because, it's Saturday, right? And especially a big win like this. Your New Jersey Devils, powered by Jack Hughes in the overtime session. The beneficiary of an amazing effort by Timo Meier, a man who's had to endure much slander in this very post-game live. Just constant slander for this man. Very little respect. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. Ted, Ace, so far, how are you liking Paul Cotter? Alexander Holtz has done nothing this year. How am I liking Paul Cotter? Come on. You know the answer to that. I'm loving Paul Cotter. Absolutely loving Paul Cotter. Man smashes everything. My type of player. Right now, Cotter is 8th in the league with 169 hits. It'll be interesting to see where he finishes. I hope he finishes top 10. He has some, obviously, like everybody else, like the team, he has a few more games played than a lot of these guys. Some of them a lot of games. Maybe they missed some injuries. Yeah. Wow. Some interesting names on this list. Brady Tkachuk right above him at 7 with 5 more hits than him in 2 less games. Give me the hit leaders, guys. But obviously, I love Paul Cotter. I hope he could start scoring a little more like he did earlier on in the season when he was on fire. SJ Akira is struggling in the AHL. He's inconsistent. Well, I think the Devils shattered his confidence, honestly. The way he was yo-yoed up and down, and then he was traded. And, I just think, unfortunately, he may never get it together. And it's crazy that his, legacy, if you will, like he'll tell his grandkids one day, like, I played in the NHL for a few years. I won a big 7-game series, and then, it all went to shit. I mean, that'd be a shame. But it's looking like that very well may be with how the story ends up. Jack, Ace, where do you think the best place for Cotter in the lineup? I feel like he's at best, at least for now, middle 6 player. I think ultimately, if I had to bet money on it, I think he eventually probably settles as a very good third liner. A very good third liner. I do think, what was the earlier in the season? We had he started off on the 4th line. It was him. It was Cotter, Lazar, and Bastion. Then he kind of played his way off it. That was the meat line. Very short-lived, and I predicted that would happen. The meat line was short-lived. And then he played with Halla and Nason, which I thought was a very effective third line. I think there's so many possibilities to have like a monstrous third line. But yeah, he probably is more of a middle 6 guy. But I would like to see maybe one more game with him with Jack. I don't know. I mean, I think he could play lines 1 through 4, honestly. I think he truly is a guy that maybe it's not ideal for like a playoff run or something, but in any given game, even a couple games, I think you could slot him anywhere in the lineup and he could, do his thing. Ted, very happy for Jack in the game-winning goal in OT. He needed that. Yeah, it was very nice. Ace, how would you feel about Chandler Stevenson from Seattle? I like him. I thought he makes a lot. Dude, everybody's getting paid in the league right now. It's crazy. What's he make? Sheesh, he makes 6.25. I mean, wow. Yeah, everybody's getting paid, man. It's crazy. Yeah, Stevenson's contract, everyone's contract is horrible. That's the thing. Everybody getting paid. So how are you going to hate on my man Dawson Mercer getting paid $4 million? How are you going to hate on Dawson Mercer at $4 million? That 6.5 is steep. Brandon Thomas, I feel like Fitz really needs to be careful what he does with our forwards. He traded a lot of pieces away for players like Toffoli and didn't even last one season, and now we lost our young depth. Oh, I wanted to kind of circle back on this because everybody constantly brings up the Toffoli deal. Getting Toffoli was doing this is what I'm talking about with Devils fans, right? And this is a glaring example of it, right? Brandon, you're saying be careful with our forwards. You traded pieces for Toffoli. Trading for Toffoli was a win now move. So I hope, Brandon, you're not one of these people going, Fitz better do something, because with our fan base, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I will defend this trade till the end of time because I'm not a flip-flopper. I told everybody I'd like the move. As much as I thought Sharangovich could have been like another kind of part of the core, kind of in a way, I thought he showed promise. Trading to Toffoli is a win now move. You're saying we're going to take a piece that's young and has a longer future for a guy like Toffoli who's going to impact us today. He's going to make us a better team today and put us in a better position to win a cup. And I think Toffoli did that. Obviously, everything fell apart, but I will never look back on a deal like that and be like, oh, we never should have did that. He should have done that. That's a win now move. That one didn't work out. But all you need is for one of them to really put us over the edge where you somehow, when you pull off a cup win. And sometimes you have to make moves like that. Furthermore, for the people bitching about Sharangovich, he had one good season last year. And again, I expected him to have a somewhat of a breakout year because, like I've said a million other times on this channel, with increased roles and responsibilities comes increased production. If you're playing at top 6 minutes and you're playing on the power play, you're obviously going to do better. But he had a great year last year. Where he had 59 points in 82 games. He got paid. They gave him a nice fat contract. And as of right now, he's got 17 points, 9 goals and 8 assists, 17 points in 40 games. Dawson Mercer has 23 points, I think, and makes almost $2 million less. So what are we really talking about here? Do you want Sharangovich for almost $6 million? Raise your hand if you want Sharangovich for $6 million right now. Evan Spitzberg, who is your favorite goalie of all time besides Marty? League-wide? Oh, whoa. League-wide or Devils goalie? Gordy only making $5 million. Ironically, we need a Blake Coleman. Will Borgen just got a 5-year deal from the Rangers. M. Charp, did I hear the name Brady Tkachuk? I could only dream of him as a Devil. Same. Love Brady. One of my favorite non-Devils in the league. Jack McCabe, always remember the best ability is availability. Brandon Saad, $4.5 million. M. Charb, I love Toffoli, wanted to keep him. He delivered everywhere he went right away. Yeah, but we couldn't keep him for $6 million, man. I would have loved to have him back for much less, but in the end, he was just not defensively responsible whatsoever and very slow. Also not a physical guy. Like he was tougher than a lot of our guys, but he wasn't necessarily like a physical player, if you will. Playoff experience and cups on his resume, tough and gritty. Yeah, but to me, not tough enough and not defensively responsible enough. Like, he was a great finisher, don't get me wrong. And I love Toffoli. I have a game-worn Toffoli jersey. I bought a Toffoli game-worn jersey. I like the guy a lot. But $6 million, like, it just didn't make sense for where we are right now. Wanted to keep Toffoli. I did too, but for $3 million, not $6 million. He got his money, and, he's another one of these guys that made good money in his career. But, that's another substantial one that'll really kind of put him over the top, if you will. Anson Meadows, speaking of past goalies, if you haven't seen the Sabres Flyers team brawl, RIP Rick Jeanneret and Shields wants Snow. That is a good one. I haven't seen that one in a while. League-wide goalie. I had a few. Dominic Hasek probably would be up there. I always liked the Beezer when I was a kid. There's a bunch. Brandon Thomas, yeah, I agree. Ace, looking back, that was a great trade. Too bad it didn't work out. Yeah, you cannot. Again, hindsight is 2020. You can't be these people. Do you want to keep stroking yourself to how bright the future is and how good we're going to be in 5 years from now, or do you want to try to win right now? The Devils had a franchise record-setting season in 22-23 with 112 points, a franchise record. Think about that, a team record. Not by the Scott Stevens, Scott Niedermayer, Marty Brodeur, Patrick Elias, Jason Arnott. None of those teams. The record belongs to the 22-23 Devils. 112 points. They beat the Rangers in a 7-game series. Carolina trucked us. And Fitz is like, okay, how do I add to that group now and try to go further than we did in the second round this year? He does the win now move, deals Sharangovich, gets the Foley, and it didn't work out. That is a win now move. And you saw that on a much even higher level with the Hurricanes last night. Tulski goes out there. He trades a fan favorite, a guy that's been around forever, Natchez, and brings in Rantanen and Hall. And he's like, you know what? I'm rolling the dice. Let's do it. This may not age as the best trade, but no one's going to ever say I didn't try to put my team in the best position to win now when they're somewhat equipped to do it. And there you have it. That's a win now move. Win now move. And again, as Sharangovich continues to not be what he was last year, it makes those people to me even dumber that were like, oh, Sharon, people want to talk about all, again, revisionist history. We shouldn't have traded this guy. We shouldn't have traded that guy. $6 million for Sharangovich? No, thanks. So to me, it makes even more sense as time goes on because Sharangovich doesn't look like to me that he's going to be this breakout star that everyone thought he may have been coming off of last season. Chris Osgood. Okay. Old school wing with the old school face mask, the cage. No, Ace. I meant Brandon Saad, not TT. Oh, okay. Brandon Thomas. Ace, in your opinion, was Toffoli one of the best gifted goal scorers the Devils had in a long time? That man can score goals. I don't know that I would use the phrase best gifted goal scorers, but he definitely was I would say, amongst the top finishers in terms of scoring, a top finisher because he had a 6-shot, pretty good hockey sense. Again, speed not really there. Dedication to defense not really there. And that's why I didn't think he really fit on this team. But I love Toffoli. I will always have fond memories of his brief time here. And he seems like a really cool locker room guy as well. I got nothing but love for Toffoli, but at $6 million, unfortunately, to me, that's not a wise. This is a business, and Fitzy decided that wasn't a wise business decision. He did want to bring him back, but they were probably far apart on the number. And now, Toffoli's going to mentor a bunch of kids on a bad San Jose team in a beautiful climate while he swims in all that money. Max Houston, I think we took Miles Wood for granted, but I absolutely love having him on the team this year, especially with Cotter. That line would be insane. I always liked Miles Wood. High energy guy, could score here and there, crushed people, would occasionally fight. Yeah, I was a Miles Wood guy for sure. Big Miles Wood guy. What did he end up signing for? I don't think it was anything that crazy. Yeah, 2.5. 6 years, 15 mil. He's been hurt. 16 games this year, 2 goals, 1 assist for 3 points. Who is your want this year at the deadline? Again, Max, are you talking about realistic or like fantasy shit? I try to live in reality. Because of cap restrictions, because of availability, there's a lot of things where I think depth pieces will be available for sure as it becomes clearer and clearer who the sellers are. I think there will be guys available that can improve the roster. I don't think they're going to be the sexiest names that are going to get a lot of you are excited. I think a lot of you are going to be kind of in that mindset of you're looking for, you're looking for a sexy splash, which I don't think is going to happen. But I think a couple depth pieces could really be if the Devils, return to playing how they did earlier in the season, a couple of these depth pieces added to what we got now could be a pretty damn good playoff team. Frederick, I don't think he's available, but I like him. Get me the closest thing we could get to Frederick. And because so many teams are going to be in it, I mean, really, you're talking about, who's a clear, let me see. Yeah, San Jose would be selling some pieces. We've already done some business with them. Let me see. I live in the real world. I'll probably make a video on this soon of guys that I think are realistically, that are realistic possibilities and kind of where I rank them. I think there's going to be a lot of guys out there. Yeah. Did the Devils put yeah, I'm wondering, does Markstrom has to be put on LTIR, right? I mean, Riley TCG, what's up? Jeff, our favorite whipping boy. I liked him too. Yeah, Wood was a throwback kind of player. Definitely. Tanev. Is he definitely going to be sold? I guess. Yeah. And his deal is going to be up. I mean, again, I like Tanev. 3.5 million cap hit. Could be a pure rental. Yeah, the contracts are nuts. Randy Meyer did a great pick play on Matheson for Hughes to score the goal. Yeah, he just used his body, kind of got in there, chucked it ahead, and was like, go ahead, young man, take this thing. SJ, let's hope no one offers Miko 14. That's the thing. These guys are insane. I mean, the money of hockey is getting crazy. Yeah, McDavid makes 12.5, and this guy needs to get 14. I mean, it's just like an arms race. By the time Jack Hughes is eligible, he's going to be like, I want 18 million a year. I mean, and this again all comes back to fans paying more for tickets. Psychotic. I hate to say it, like, you guys make enough money. The fans we're getting bled dry over here. And Austin Matthews, because you need to make all that money, which is why the tickets have to be so expensive in Toronto, which is why no normal fans could afford to go to the games, which is why that shit was quiet after Revo and Olivier gave the crowd fight of the year candidate. It was quiet because you got nothing but corporate suits in there, my man, because you need to make $14 million. That money got to come from somewhere, and it ain't coming from the working man. That's coming from the Toronto elite. And those same elite that are probably drinking red wine at the games aren't cheering after one of the bouts of the season because they're just at another experience to put on their social media, and tell their friends they did. It is what it is. This is the sad reality of sports in 2025. Briz Chiz, let's go Devils. Brandon Thomas, I'm going to be honest. I'll be surprised if Fitz does anything at the trade deadline. I don't think he's reliable GM for trade deadline trades. I'd be shocked if he doesn't do something. I'll be shocked. Shocked and horrified, honestly. M. Sharp, would be nice to get someone good on faceoffs. Absolutely. Briz Chiz, I'm a diehard Peluso fan. Sheesh. Who isn't? If you were around during this time, number 8, Mike Peluso was the absolute man. A member of the 1995 Crash Line, a Stanley Cup champion with your New Jersey Devils. The closing moments of the 1995 Cup Finals Game 4 were obviously an image in everyone's mind of Mike just very emotional, tearing up on the bench and with his hair flowing with the Jofa bucket. I mean, what an image. What a great, an iconic image really in New Jersey Devils history. Mike Peluso, one of my favorites as a kid. A great New Jersey Devil, a great warrior. Wow, who never backed down from a fight and fought in, arguably one of the most insane heavyweight enforcer eras in NHL history. They're just straight killers. But Mike Peluso, one of my favorites as well. The absolute man for sure. One of my favorite players as a kid and still to this day. I mean, the Crashers, baby. What a time to be alive. Max Houston, I think no matter what move we make this year at the deadline, Tatar is gone, which I'm honestly fine with. He's been Fitzy's one big miss this year. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, listen, great goal by him tonight, but that was Fitz taking a gamble. We didn't, after he made the big splashes, we, signed Brendan Dillon. We signed Pesci. We traded for Cotter, traded for Kovacevic, signed Stefan Nason, and then with the pending, status of Dawson Mercer kind of looming in the background as an RFA, he knew we didn't have a lot of money left to play with, and so it was basically, again, I'm not mad at the signing. It was again, I'm not going to always use hindsight to cripple people. I will say when it first was announced, I was very on the signing while fans were freaking out. A lot of fans just look for something to applaud. I always just give my honest opinion, whatever that may be. And when it was announced, I was like, underwhelming for sure. A lot of fans got, our fans are, if nothing else, a huge sucker for reunion tours. And some reunions aren't worth doing. But again, we didn't have a lot of cap space left. Fitz knew he had to sign Dawson Mercer. I'm sure he kind of had a range in his head where Dawson Mercer was going to end up. And so he didn't have a lot of money to play with. Low risk, high reward move. Tatar got like what, $1.2 million or something, hoping that he could kind of turn back the page and generate some of the offense he was able to with Dawson and Nico in that record-setting 22-23 season. It obviously hasn't played out that way. And so, again, a low-risk, high-reward at $1.2 million. I'm not going to slam Fitz for it. I think he knocked it out of the park with pretty much every other acquisition across the board in the offseason, so I can't kill him for it, but it ended up being a miss. I mean, but it is what it is. Anson, for all the criticism Fitz gets, most of us have been pretty happy with his deals when he did them. For that, I think he's a pretty good GM. Yeah, a lot of these people want to go back with the hindsight and then be like, oh, this was this was that. And it's like, yeah, that's a fun game to do, right? I mean, who wouldn't, love to be able to go back in time and undo or redo certain things in your life? I mean, come on. At the time, a lot of people, and I remember this vividly, I was somewhat, not completely, because I do know our fan base is a sucker for reunions, but I was somewhat surprised by the sheer volume of the people celebrating the signing. And I think it's just more so a function of the, our fan base loving reunion tours overall. But I was very much like, I'm not, this doesn't move me in any way. I understood why he did it at the time, but Natural Canopy could see the Avs slipping after traded. Rantanen read a quote from McKinnon saying it sucks. Ooh, is this going to piss off McKinnon? Demand a trade. Randy, pick plays are in the NBA. Bullshit. Go Habs, go. What? Max says, Randy, hang on, bud. Let me go get the jar for those tears. SJ, agree. Ace McJesus should make more than everyone. Yeah, he should be the highest paid player in the league, period. Randy, Max Houston, hold on. Let me get the real New York team. Natural Canopy says, Randy, shut up. Max, Randy, hit me up in April for some playoff tickets. I know you won't be busy. I'm feeling charitable. I might take you to one. Oh, my God, guys. This might be the new record. This may be the new record for, wow. Saturday night and a win we really needed. Mix in the overtime thrill of it. And, wow. Oh, yeah, I got stuff to do. I got things to do. And I'm long overdue on my bathroom break. So you guys already know the drill. Thank you all for showing up tonight. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I am going to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We're going to start winding it down, however long that takes. Any questions, comments, concerns, suggestions, anything on your mind whatsoever, throw it out there. We will address them. We will address them when I return. And I'm going to do a small little show and tell, a topical one. I didn't plan on this, and it's nothing that crazy, but it's a cool little thing. A show and tell that I will show when I come back from the bathroom based on, something that was talked about in the chat. But be back in 2 minutes. Questions, comments, any suggestions for the channel, whatever you got on your mind, you throw it out there in the chat. I'll be right back. And we're going to have a special little small show and tell item. Be right back. I'm digging for this item. I knew where it was the other day. Bear with me 1 second while I locate it. Oh. All right, kids. You guys are still fighting in the chat. Can always count on a good fight in the chat. Okay, so you guys know I collect game worn jerseys, so I thought this was kind of somewhat topical. This is my autofocus is off because so this isn't going to focus too good because if I don't take it off, it like flickers on my face and it drives me crazy. This drives me crazy too, but one day, hopefully one day, if I'm still doing this, I'll have
multi-cameras on the live. I do have multi-cameras, but to do it on the live is a whole nother, I don't know that anyone needs that right now. But for stuff like this, but this is a game-worn jersey. The lighting is of all right, guys. Appreciate it. I got to stay far away from this mic. I figured out how to recover it much better now when it does this. Once I hit it, it's a wrap. But I figured out how to recover. Appreciate all of you who stuck by me. Oh, this shit's so annoying, guys. But this is a game-worn jersey, and the lighting is so annoying. Can you see it? This is the Dr. John. You can sort of see it. It's not perfectly focused, and I don't want to. The Dr. John J. McMullen patch, game worn. So, we just had the Jacques Lemaire Ring of Honor night. So I thought I might show a jersey from the very first Ring of Honor night, which was Dr. John J. McMullen. You see there, they did the old colors with the kind of homage to the Colorado Rockies there. But Dr. John J. McMullen, first Ring of Honor ceremony, game worn by none other than Miles Wood, a man we were just talking about. This is Wood's game worn. It's got that sweet, the 100th centennial patch on the sleeve is sick. You can see that there, the 100-year, 1917 to 2017. But it's got the centennial patch. Obviously the John J. McMullen, and thought that was a kind of double relevancy, given that we just had the most recent Jacques Lemaire Ring of Honor night and talking about Miles Wood at length. So that was thought that was the item to show. Okay, so let's get back to this. SJ, how do other fans find this channel? That's a good question. I personally have no idea. I imagine people just randomly find it on YouTube, or maybe some people tell other people about it, but I'd imagine, well, I'm curious. I guess I'll take a poll for those that are paying attention and still awake. I guess I'd be curious. It's just a questionnaire. If you wouldn't mind giving some feedback for the channel, I appreciate all of you. You guys are definitely Devils junkies. If you watch my channel, number one. If you watch the post-game lives for this long, you're definitely a Devils junkie like your boy Aces. And so I appreciate all of you watching. I appreciate talking to all of you, and you're clearly Devils junkies, my type of people. I'd be curious. Tell me in the chat, if you're here and awake, how did you find my channel? I'd be curious. Tell me in the chat, how did you find my channel? Tell me in the chat. I'm curious. How did you personally find my channel? We'll take a little, we'll find out right now how people found the channel. I'd imagine just randomly on YouTube, but we'll find out what other people say. Anson Meadows says the algorithm. Natural Canopy says SJ shared on social media. Evan Spitzberg, you're the GOAT, Ace. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm the GOAT of anything, but thank you. Anson Meadows, Ace gonna forget us when he gets signed by the Devils, working the intermission reports and post-game analysis. Oh, Anson, that would never happen. Things like that don't happen. I guess they happen to some people. Things like that typically don't happen to me. And I don't think, I just think that's, very far from reality for a variety of reasons. That'd be pretty cool. But, I have no aspirations or anything of that actually happening, because I just, that type of stuff doesn't happen too often to really anybody, I don't think. Jeff, probably through the live stream title being a close match to their game highlight search too. And he said, I mean, other teams' fans. I guess typically they probably, I'd imagine the first time would be if we're playing their team. So like I could see Canadiens fans possibly finding it because we played the Canadiens tonight. So like this had Canadiens in the title, and the game recap video that goes up would also have Canadiens in the title. Yeah. Or like, the trade last night involved a bunch of teams. So I'm sure some people found me that way. I don't know whether they'd subscribe or care to watch any videos or partake in any sort of lives other than that one particular one that, directly involved their team, like the Avalanche and the Hurricanes being a division rival. I don't know. Blackout, want to see the patch. Luckily, I got back up. Jason Voorhees cut the power. He's in danger. Technical difficulty standby. I recovered pretty quick, guys. I mean, shit. SJ, LOL, M Sharp, very nice. Thank you, guys. I like that jersey a lot. Sheesh. Paulie Walnuts, being that you went to the VIP dinner the other day with members of the 1995 Stanley Cup team, did you hit any of them up for an interview similar to the Jamie interview? I may have briefly mentioned it. You have to understand, guys, like a lot of these guys, not everybody, but a lot of guys don't really like doing interviews to begin with. And a lot of them I've heard don't even like doing interviews with like guys they may have played with even. So it is a lot. A lot of guys, I may have planted some seeds. Let's put it that way. But a lot of these things take time to kind of come to fruition. I will say during since someone brought it up, and it's not any of those guys. It's, a very popular player, I would say. But during the well, let me not talk about this yet because I'm not sure. Yeah, I need to know a couple more details before I talk about it. But I always have some really cool stuff in the works and aspirations of some really cool stuff. So we'll see what I could pull off and whatnot. Evan Spitzberg, 24-hour stream if the Devils win the cup. Unfortunately, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but if the Devils ever won the cup, I wouldn't be in my studio and I wouldn't be anywhere near the studio for probably quite a while. So I would probably do a very short stream. A very short stream at some point after the game. And then, I would cut it off and disappear. And the next time you saw me, I would hope to have some really amazing footage and videos to put out for you guys that I'd be accumulating and taking part in while I would typically be doing the live stream, if that makes sense. Amagi, fell asleep, woke up, and my phone is about to die because you're still streaming. Oh, sorry about that, bro. Battery killer. Anson Meadows, Freddy Krueger seems more interested in Devil swag. Amagi, found your channel through YouTube algorithm way back when. Nice. SJ, I searched the Devils and your channel came up. I mean, this all makes sense. Evan, I found your channel just randomly in the beginning of the season. Michael, hope the captain is okay. Just watch the highlights. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Wow. Hopefully we are not without him for any stretch of time, and hopefully he's back for the next game against Philly. I mean, missing him would really suck. Blow after blow. Markey, then him. I mean, wow. M Sharp, good question. YouTube from following Devils, watched you and followed. Thanks. Anson Meadows, yeah, I liked a few other Devils pages. The hockey skate down being one and got the algorithm recommendation. Nice. Brandon, I found yours when I was either watching other podcasts or the Devils questionnaire, and your video was on the side, so it was like a recommended. Okay. I like it. Jeff, your Museum Monday vids were recommended to me a few times, probably when I was searching for 2003 Stanley Cup Finals content. Yeah, that's interesting you mentioned that, Jeff. I got away from those. I kind of want to get back to doing them, but I will say, like, it is funny of any type of video I ever do, like, those are not that I really care about that anyway, but like those like perform the worst, like the lowest everything across the board. And again, that's not why I'm doing this. And I don't really give a shit. But, that is one of those things that I noticed, like, wow, like
by and large, no one gives a shit about this. M Sharp, I would wear some merchandise from your tag. Tag, what is that? The logo? Amagi, have you ever considered or gone to the Sweep the Deck Gala? SJ, I hope the Devils win the cup. The chat will explode. Yeah, there is a way to do it remotely from your phone, and that's exactly what I'd be doing. I would probably only go on for like 5 or 10 minutes. Why are we even talking about this? Let's go win the damn cup first. But yeah, I would probably just pop on for 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe do like a little thing of wherever I was, but I would definitely be in pursuit of the greatest footage you could possibly get after an event like this. Natural Canopy, if the Devils win the cup, Ace is 100% in Newark doing keg stand. Evan, so we wouldn't see you for a long time. Okay, whenever you get back, we'll be here. It'll just be a couple days, or maybe even the following day. I don't think it is crazy. I never thought about this. Now that you guys are like making this a somewhat realistic thing, where I'm like, in my brain, like, what would actually happen? I would probably have to maybe not go to sleep for like, I don't know, a day and a half. It might be like a Vegas bender, a Vegas style bender, where I was awake for like 48 hours straight, just before I crashed hard. Man, to win another cup, wow, it would just be. It'd be something special, guys. It'd be something truly special. I need to find my calendar. Does anyone else care about the Four Nations, or am I the only one? A lot of people are kind of hating on it. I could see people not being into it, but I think it's super cool. And I've always liked the international best on best tournaments, even since I was a kid. And so this is a little precursor to the Olympics. I'm pretty excited by it. I think it's going to be pretty cool. Hopefully Jack could have a little sort of coming out party on the international stage and have a big tournament. I think he's going to try to be angling to play with Austin Matthews. It seems like that's something he kind of wants to do. They can end up being lethal together. Man, the USA Olympic team for next year's Olympics could really be, it's just going to be filthy. It's just going to be a slightly, probably more curated version of the Four Nations team this year. And it's going to be pretty wild. I'm very excited for that one. The NHL returns to the Olympics, a long overdue returns to the Olympics. Anson Meadows, he'd risk getting a provisional license again. Oh, boy. My mom used to get so nervous. She was like, you have the license, the thing. And I'm like, listen, lady, I'm going to be like, if I got pulled over, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Amagi, I absolutely care, but the USA jersey sucks. Wish it was better so I could get a Jack one. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Do they only do they even start selling them yet? I mean, my God. Like, what are they? It is so crazy. Like, what? Are they even for sale yet? I mean, what another colossal fail by the league. Like, you knew you were doing this shit for how long? I mean, the Four Nations tournament has been known for quite a while, and I'm pretty sure you still can't buy the jersey. Yeah, talk about just what kind of marketing does this league do? I really wish I could somehow, that would be like a dream job for me, to somehow work for marketing for the league and be like, you have no idea what you're doing, and there's just so many things that are so broken about hockey that you need to fix. Like, it's just the whole thing is just like, you pay all these fancy people, and like, yeah, they went to school for this and they have all these fancy things on their resume. If I'm being honest, I have no doubt in my mind, not even just the Devils. I mean, I believe this about the Devils too, but in terms of just hockey in general, like,
there's so many obvious things that don't happen. And it's like, who do you have working for you? And I have to believe a lot of it is just because these are marketing people or whatever their position is. They're not hockey people or Devils people in this. And if we're talking about the Devils or whatever team, it's you have these employees, right, that came from other worlds and they're now doing this function for a hockey team or the league. But it's like for certain stuff, I'm sorry, some sort of business experience combined with, intimate knowledge of either the team or the sport or the league, depending on what you're talking about specifically, that goes much further than, the VP of marketing from a clothing company or some bullshit that now works for a team or a league that is not fully entrenched in it. And like, they just don't have any, like, it's just, some of them are so bad where it's like, you shouldn't even really need to be a hockey person to know this, but just so many things that are so obvious. And there's always an excuse. Like, there is no excuse. They knew about Four Nations forever. In general, the tournament's kind of being, I think, marketed poorly. But aside from that, a lot of hockey fans are rabid, diehard fans. And many of you, I'm assuming, again, if you're watching this, you're watching this stream right now, you're one of them. Not having the Four Nations jerseys available for, like, basically to me, like the hard cutoff or something like that, the tournaments in mid to late February, whatever it is, right? Late February. The latest those have to be available by is Black Friday. Anything less is unacceptable. Those absolutely must be on sale for Black Friday. Merchandising 101, I think, especially for a timed event like this, there's absolutely no reason why these should not have been for sale coming Black Friday and capitalizing on hockey fans. What do you want for Christmas? What do you want for Hanukkah? Whatever it is, during that holiday buying season alone, they would have sold a shitload of Four Nations jerseys, whether it's people getting their home country, people getting their favorite player from their NHL team, getting their jersey. Like, obviously, I think, Devils fans alone would consume a ton of USA Jack Hughes jerseys, right? But then I also believe some Devils fans would have bought Brat Sweden jerseys, and, people from Sweden would have bought just the jersey. You would have just had tons of just constant purchasing during the holiday season, and then you would have had a month plus after that. Now you're talking about, by the time these damn things are for sale, I don't even know that people will have them, before the freaking tournament. Like, and then at that point, what are you going to start selling them after the fact? Like, it's not going to be nearly, time is of the essence here. Not that many people are even going to give a shit after the fact. You are missing on a massive opportunity. The league obviously wants to milk the fans for every penny, right? No matter whether it's, the TV bullshit, it's not them directly, but, the TV deals or the merchandise, the tickets, all of it. You are missing a monster payday by allowing nonsense. Furthermore, show and tell part 2. Hold on. Part 2, 1 second, right here. I'm going to just go right here and grab my show and tell part 2. I'm going to have to wear Old Faithful when I go to the Four Nations tournament. Unfortunately, I would have liked to wear the current jersey, but it's probably not going to be likely. So I'm going to have to rock this old one and be like, NHL, you made money off of me from this 20 years ago, but since you're asleep at the wheel, I didn't have the opportunity to give you more of my money in 2025 for the Four Nations. I can only hope that this will serve as a lesson. And pardon me if you think this is a rant. I apologize. It's something I'm very passionate about as a memorabilia collector and merchandise hoe who, has all the gear to wear. I'll be wearing this at the stands at the Four Nations because you did not make the current jersey available in time for me to wear it. I will probably, because I'm an idiot, I probably will buy it after the fact anyway, but I will be rocking a 2002 vintage in the stands because you failed to deliver the jerseys in a timely manner. Marketing 101, guys. I'm here to give you the money. Millions of other NHL fans, or hundreds of thousands, however many, would have been lining up, but I'll be rocking a vintage at the game because You didn't have your ducks in a row, and I can't buy the current one. That's the end of my rant about the jerseys, but it's super annoying. It's something that always pissed me off. And for a league that always, complains about being second, third, and fourth fiddle, just do better. Cool. Jesper Bratt is pretty much overrated player, but Hughes played great. What? Jesper Bratt was insane tonight. One of the most underrated players in the league. I don't know what game you were watching. Cool. He made an amazing play to set up the first goal, and then he made an amazing play all on his own to score the second goal. Anson Meadows, I missed World Cup of Hockey. We had the North America team under 23. That was I went to one of those games. I went to I forget what they called it. I think it was did they call it a preliminary game or I forget what they called it. But I saw USA Canada at the Nationwide Arena in Columbus, Ohio. I drove there with a couple of my buddies. We went to the USA Canada game, and it was sick. Star-studded event. Star-studded affair. Officially, men, Four Nations is kind of cool because we get to see all countries go one-on-one. Yeah, it's very cool. M. Sharp will definitely be watching Four Nations. Evan, I'll watch the Four Nations. Natural Canopy thought they were 2 versus 2. What? SJ, yeah, you got to believe Ace Cup this year. I'm hoping we can make a run. Stefan, I just hope no one gets injured in Four Nations. I think everyone hopes that for the players, but this is a great marketing opportunity for the league. It's a shame they couldn't, fully capitalize on it with the jerseys. But Nate Bastian from Marie's Richard Award. Amagi, they're selling them 1 week before the tournament, apparently. Terrible. Jeff, I heard they go on sale 2-4 or something. Yeah, it's about, that's roughly 2+ months too late. Anson Meadows' marketing has been horrible for Four Nations. I agree. Just do it. Sketch up some designs. I don't know what that is in reference to. What's that in reference to, M. Sharp? Jay Snow, outside of the hockey world, no one knows Four Nations is going on, 100%. Jay Snow, it's really a joke they didn't advertise the Four Nations better. SJ, how do the people that work for the Devils get the job lucky? Dude, who knows? It's how do people get jobs anywhere, right? It seems like and I hate to be whatever, but, in the world, if you haven't figured it out by now, if you're a young kid, or I guess really just if you're a young kid, if you're not a young kid, you probably have already learned this on your own. But I am here to tell for any young people that haven't figured it out yet. In life, it's not really what you know, it's who you know. Who you know counts for more than anything else. And yeah, who you know is huge. So I'd imagine that plays a big part, as an answer to your question. Cool, Money Nation. This league couldn't market glasses to Stevie Wonder. Adam couldn't have explained that better myself about the jerseys. Yeah, it's just so frustrating, man. So frustrating. M Sharp TV is such a crapshoot. I'm changing service throughout the year. It's annoying. And they keep wanting to maximize the television revenue, but that also comes at the expense of the fans. We have to sign up for all these different things. They're canceling, the Optimum, and they lost MSG, and you got to do the thing, and you got to download this and the ESPN and get the VPN because it's blacked out, or you get the NHL package. It's a never ending, you're making us jump through hoops to watch hockey games. Not good for marketing, clearly. Cool. If you want, you can give me your money. I will take it. If you're selling, if you are selling the Four Nations face-off jersey, Team USA, then you could have my money. Natural Canopy, Cool. Nothing you have said makes any type of sense worse than SST. Amagi, I'll buy it after the fact for 70% off because of the poor release timing and bad marketing killing hype. Probably. Why could Jack take faceoffs? Because his finger and what happened to his face. I'm sure. Well, first of all, we know he's not great at faceoffs to begin with, but obviously the finger probably played a huge part. And I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if anyone asked. Yeah, his cheek was definitely swollen. I forgot to mention that earlier. I put it on a note somewhere and then forgot. In the post game, he had the, he definitely had the puffy cheek going. He must have taken a shot at some point in the game. Jay Snow, maybe Jack should stay home for Four Nations. We don't need him getting hurt. I don't know. That's the other thing. I'm curious, very curious to see is what is the physicality level going to look like in this Four Nations tournament? I definitely don't expect it to play like an all-star game where it's like no contact. And I also don't expect it to play like a Stanley Cup playoff game where it's like guys getting smashed every 2 seconds. I think it'll be somewhere kind of in the middle, but I do think there is going to be some physicality. I don't think it's going to be an all-star game kind of, no contact hockey. I could be wrong. It could be, but at least that, are they calling it a gold medal game or a championship game? I think they're calling it a championship game. I'd expect that to be, and especially if it was like USA versus Canada. I mean, obviously, I think that's what a lot of the hockey fans around the world are hoping for. Because, USA is kind of on the rise. They just won the World Juniors. And people are thinking, oh, can, United States like officially overtake Canada as like the hockey, the current hockey powerhouse. So I'm obviously rooting for a USA-Canada final. Meadowlander, just got back to my hotel. Wow, dude, you're still going. Great game. Amazing game. Where did you go after the game, Meadowlander? Anywhere fun? It's not, yeah, it's kind of like that too. M Sharp, SketchUp designs for jersey you would like. We vote on them. No, I'm more of a concept guy. Explain my concept to somebody and have them do it. I'm not that artistic, like, to be able to do that. I kind of come up with ideas and then would have someone make it. But I don't even know how you started talking about jerseys. I wasn't talking about jerseys. I was just talking about not being able to buy the USA Four Nations one. Anson, more people want to know when you have, and more people want to know you when you have money. Oh, that's definitely. Are we just talking like random life lessons right now, Anson Meadows? That's definitely one for sure. The old man just got off work. Who won, Devils or Habs? Your New Jersey Devils win by a score of 4-3 via overtime breakaway by Jackhughes, finishing it off of a beautiful feed and a beautiful effort from one Timo Meier, giving the Devils the massive victory. Jay Snow, Devils. M Sharp, I think Jackhughes is going to have a bump in play after Four Nations. That'd be nice. Meadowlander, the merch people at Bell Center told me they haven't gotten shipment of Four Nations merch yet. Yeah, shocking. Terrible. He had a Band-Aid on his cheek also. Yeah, I thought I saw like a little. M Sharp, USA will be out for blood. Kachuk brothers going to bring it. I'm excited for this. Jay Snow, Canada really wants to win this tournament. They're super embarrassed they lost World Juniors. Yeah, and that's why I think, if nothing else, at least in the early round game, USA-Canada could be very good. And if they do match up in the championship game, that could get a little chippy. Amagi, if the physicality is prominent, just imagine when Kachuk runs into McDavid. Ooh. SJ, I think it'll be like a typical NHL game, maybe a tad more intense. GMs and owners are going to be cringing around the league watching, like, please don't go down. Please don't go down. In the last, Stammer got hurt in something. What is, I forget. Steven Stamkos, I'm pretty sure, got a pretty bad injury. In one of these things. I don't know if it was World Championships or what the hell it was. Yeah, maybe I exaggerated around the world. But I feel like, hockey fans in countries that aren't represented, which obviously only 4 countries are in the Four Nations, I'm sure there's probably a lot of other countries that are hoping to see, just because of the rivalry aspect and the star-studded lineups. I'm sure there are hockey fans in other countries not in the tournament that are like, USA-Canada would be a great showdown. That's what I want to see. London, isn't it past your bedtime? We can daydream about the win. I don't have a bedtime. Ale Cool. Curtis Lazar eating hamburger was more impressive than his recent performance. He was eating a hot dog. He was eating a hot dog during the interview. Was it Glizzy? Ace, are we getting Brady? No, we're definitely not. London, USA versus Canada final game. I'd have a seizure. Man, it would be crazy. Anson, Four Nations, such a small tournament. The World Cup of Hockey had 8 teams. It was pretty sick. Sorry, love those squads. Yeah, that was fun. At the time, the Devils had Corey Schneider and Palmieri on Team USA, which was pretty cool to see the current Devils, represented on the American team. Chase, no, honestly, I want to get our guys to the break for rest. Yeah, we got to take care of these games first, though. And it starts off with a massive victory in overtime in Montreal, courtesy of Jack Hughes in overtime. What a beautiful finish. Man, he probably was like, oh God, let me just bury this, please. No pressure. Bam. Goal. What a game for Jack. Or at least the end of the game, rather. Ba, 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 ba. Favorite whiskey? I like a lot. I don't really get too caught up in like some of the crazy ones. Blanton's is pretty good. I even like the fancy Jack Daniels, like what is it like? There's like a couple different fancy label Gentleman Jacks. Those are pretty good. Like the Macallan 12, I get once in a while. Macallan 15. I don't really try too many. I'm not like I have a buddy that's like a connoisseur of all these things. I'm just kind of like whatever. But I've had some pretty good ones. If Marky's out 6 weeks, when is he back? March? Probably. Hopefully sooner than 4 to 6 weeks is. I'm hoping he's back. Let's see. What's the first game after the break? The 22nd. That's close to 4 weeks. So like maybe he's ready to go for that game. That's the first game after Four Nations. That's a back-to-back. So we have that game on Saturday at home against the Stars, then the 23rd at Nashville, and then the 26th away at Colorado. I mean, hopefully at the most he would miss the end of February and then come back in March. We're going to see. Hopefully it's closer to the 4 weeks than the 6, obviously. Super unfortunate hand dealt to us. My cousin is a massive Stars fan. He got drunk celebrating the Colorado-Carolina trade. Yeah, I'd be excited too. And of course, it's a team in our division that decides to load up and start really making a push. Not the Bing. There's a new place on 46. Natural Canopy, long time no see. Anson Meadows, there was a team Europe. Russia was there. USA and Canada each had a team. Then the Young Guns of North America, Sweden, Finland, and Czech Republic. What's going on here? Emily, my love, how are you? Did we give up on that wedding? You never hit me up. Oh, we have a love connection here. London, I'm just excited for nation so I can be a patriotic American freak. USA hockey's the best. I'm hoping to see Gordon Bombay there. And Hendricks. I don't remember this. Meadowlander, March 7th, Winnipeg Worldens The Rock. Need Markey for that one. Would be nice. I gave you my snap. I don't think Carolina signs Mikko long term. I have to believe they do, but they're okay with the notion of if they can't make it happen. I feel like I don't think you make that deal unless you are trying to, sign him long term. Now, I'm sure they had a very good idea of what his desires were, which is $14 million. But I think they at least try. And who knows? I mean, maybe he ends up loving it there. His boy Aho's there. London, do you not remember their love story? No, I don't. A few games ago, they planned their whole life in the chat. Did I read it? Sometimes the chat, like, okay, tonight there was like, it was just so many comments. I couldn't read them all, or anywhere near all of them. So is it possible that I missed this when they planned out their whole life? Yeah, Gordon Bombay, American hockey great. USA hockey's like Canadian baseball. You must be Canadian. How is USA hockey like Canadian baseball? USA hockey's on the upswing. The Bash Brothers were great. Anson Meadows, ace officiating weddings on the stream soon. I don't know about all that. London, can we get some chapel music? I'm so confused. Natural Canopy M, can we have to go for dinner? Olive Garden sound good? You got nothing better than Olive Garden? Natural Canopy, you got to come with something better than that. Emily, Olive Garden sounds perfect, actually. And shame on you, Emily, for settling for Olive Garden. You guys got to have some higher standards here. Anson, get the Alfredo dip with the breadsticks in your inling. Yo, oh, man. Yeah, Olive Garden? I mean, come on. Jay Snow sums it up well there. Please tell me you're not Italian and going to Olive Garden. I'd hope not. Olive Garden's gross. Fine, I'll take her to Vesuvio. Yeah, tell Artie that Ace sent you. You'll get the best table in the house. Olive Garden is the best thing I've ever tasted. Emily, what state do you live in? You must not be a New Jersey native, Emily. It's just not possible. Texas. Natural Canopy, Emily, you're the love of my life. Jay Snow, Ace, my fellow Pazan, please tell me you don't eat Olive Garden. This should come as no surprise. No, I don't eat Olive Garden. I think I've been there once in my life. And I think I was with I'm trying to think of what the details of the situation as to how I ended up there. Obviously not my idea. I think it was in college. And a bunch of us were, I guess people just wanted food. And I think maybe we were going to a movie or something after, and there was an Olive Garden near the movie theater. And so I think there was like a group of us and like a few people mentioned it. And like, I was like, I'd rather something else, but it's kind of a majority rules thing. And I went, but that was, 20-ish years ago. 20-ish years ago. So that was, I think, the only time I've ever had Olive Garden. So no, I don't eat Olive Garden. Emily's from Oklahoma. Is that made up? Anson Meadows, I'm from West Virginia originally, so I understand Emily. Olive Garden changed lives. So back to that point, because I'm from New Jersey, very different. Now, I can say that in certain places I've been, probably West Virginia being one of them, and many other interesting states, I would say, at least in the food realm, I could imagine some of these towns where Olive Garden would be the best possible option for you to get. Now, that'll never be the option living in northern New Jersey, one of the food capitals of the world, in my opinion, where you have the finest cuisines of every imaginable type, a mere or a short DoorDash delivery or a short drive away. But in some of these other places where you don't have that variety or options, I could definitely see that Olive Garden could potentially be the best thing in the area. I'd rather have someone's half-eaten TV dinner than Olive Garden. I think some of you people are, I think some of them have they've caught in the dehydration from SST has become contagious, I believe. I don't even know if any of you guys were here for that whole episode, so I don't know if that's even going to resonate with anybody here. But SST was a little parched. He was a little dehydrated in the chat not too long ago, and it seems like some of you maybe have caught that condition from him. A little bit. A little bit. Almost heaven, West Virginia. Breadsticks are bomb at Olive Garden, I guess. Chick-fil-A, it was my new thing. London, we all know Ace has high standards with the food he gets at the Pru. I mean, that's not really fine cuisine. I mean, within an arena it is, but like the reality is like out in the real world, that would not be anything too spectacular. M Sharp, Emily must know steaks. Afraid to ask you where you get your pizza. I mean, I think it'd be one of the predictable ones, right? I'm going to probably say, Domino's or Papa John's, or if they have a Pizza Hut in their area. Natural Canopy, at least I didn't leave you out there. Anson Meadows, Conan O'Brien to Jordan Schlansky to OG. It was pretty hilarious. YouTube later. Meadowlander, Ace, we have to find a way to raise the vibe at Pru during games. The crowd carries the Habs at times. Very impressive. You're chasing something that doesn't exist, Meadowlander. It could never, you can't replicate that. That would be, it's just not, they could try. I'm sure there's initiatives and things they could try to get the crowd a little more fired up and into it. But the reality is you cannot organically or even inorganically, actually, really in any way, you cannot mimic the rabid crowd of a Canadian Original Six team on a Saturday night. I mean, in late January, going into the February plus playoff push. And so I think if you're expecting the Pru to ever be like that, outside of like, a big playoff game or something, it's just not, we're just not there. And I don't, and it's not a knock. I don't think the Devils crowd ever will be, because you're talking about, Montreal Canadiens is like embedded in, it's part of culture. Hockey is religion in Montreal. Canadians are religion. So it is a different animal to compare any sort of crowd to that. M Sharp, Jets Pizza is the way to go. No idea what Jets Pizza is. The Rock renamed to Olive Garden Arena. Papa John's. Papa John's is like eating cardboard. Nemes didn't look too good this year. Hopefully he's better now. Yeah, that'd be nice. Natural Canopy, before I was a made man, I used to work at Papa John's. London Ace, I'm sorry you're so bad at reading my sarcasm. I'm a little delirious. I didn't take offense to it. I wasn't sure if it was like, like a sarcastic thing or like, I don't know. I'm delirious, guys. About to wrap this up here. Evan, I've been to 3 Devils games this season. Lost to the Islanders in overtime in October. Beat the Kraken in December. Lost to the Panthers a couple weeks ago. It's a respectable 2-1 record on the season. London says, Papa John's underrated. You were doing God's work, Canopy. Natural Canopy, you love Sopranos. My uncle was in the show. Best high school job. Who was he? Now I'm very curious. Evan, Emily says, Evan, you should learn your lesson not to go to Devils games in January.
Jay Snow, you're so full of shit. Natural Canopy Ace, this chat is heating up. Maybe stay on for another hour. We're just in the weeds now. Jay Snow says Uncle Junior. I'm not buying it, Jay Snow. That would be hilarious. What's his last name? Type it right now without looking. You have 3 seconds. If you don't type his last name right now, I don't believe you. I know what it is. If I don't see the last name, nope. Googled it. You Googled it. Nope. Where's the last name? Nope. It's too late. I'm never buying it. I'm sorry. You're too active on the chat. Yeah. Nope. No. I'm not buying it now. There was time to look it up. If I didn't see his last name typed in the chat in seconds, then and I know what it is. So it's too late. I can't buy it. You could be right. You could be real, but I didn't see the last name, and so it's going to be hard for me to buy that one. I'm dead ass, bro. I swear on my life. Dude, that's pretty funny if this is true, but Jay Snow, you had plenty of time to do a copy and paste, my guy. It had to come out right away. That's way too much time to do a copy and paste. Card Snow. Yeah. London says Jay Snow's the biggest fraud in this chat. Oh, man. Shields the ones that fight. Ace, what are you eating at the Rock? I eat a lot of stuff at the Rock. I usually, people seem to like the food stuff. I think everybody likes seeing food to some extent. So I always, at least show some clips of what was in there. But the most recent time I went to the Rock, I ate a smash burger, chicken tenders, French fries. I tried the chicken marsala, which really wasn't good. Whatever the beef was, I think it was like a prime rib or sirloin. The beef with some mashed potatoes. Had some buffalo chicken tendies. And then I tried some other stuff in the other lounge. Yeah. The food in the lounges and the suites at the arena are pretty decent. Yeah, you got it right, but it was too late for me to buy it. Natural Canopy, I thought it was Dominic Snow. Best I ever had was at the buffet. I mean, they're all kind of buffet style. Jason, if I wanted to make that shit up, I would say Tony. Come on, man. Yeah, Tony's too obvious. Exactly. Tony's too obvious. You picked like a top, I don't know. Uncle Junior is probably like a top 5 character that someone would say something like that. You're like, Tony, Paulie Walnuts, maybe Syl. And then, yeah, Uncle June is right up there. They have a new food stand. I think it's Japanese. Interesting. I remember they had something like that years ago. I got it once. Natural Canopy, Emily, Dairy Queen, or Rita's? Annie Ann, she said, Rita's all the way. A nice gelati. SJR, crowd is inconsistent like the team. Sometimes it's loud. I don't know. I feel like overall, it's not a hockey rabid area like, Montreal is, or Toronto, or shit, even like a Minnesota. It's just not a traditional hockey market. And a lot of people are there kind of for the experience. They're not like diehards. And that's fine. I'm not judging them. I'm just explaining as to why you see different types of crowds in some of those places. And you're like, wow, this is nuts. And it's because it's just a different experience. It's a different kind of, the whole thing is very different. These people are raised in Montreal Canadiens as life. The Canadiens is life. Ask, is that the biggest problem we have right now? Says, yeah, my uncle's Al Pacino. A veal parm hero from Satrial's. My uncle is Sal Pacino.
Abby Sanders, is it possible to get into the lounge without the first 2-row tickets? Can you pay for it on top of whatever tickets you have or something? No. You have to have a ticket designated for whatever lounge you're trying to go into. I do think they may, I'd have to look into this because it was available and not at various points. I do think it may be possible to pay to go to the restaurant at the Rock in addition to your ticket. That might be something. But as far as the lounges go, you have to have a ticket with designated access to said lounge. There's a bunch of them in the arena. Best Canadian hockey market? I mean, what do you mean by best? Yeah, I'm curious. What do you mean by best? Veal parm sandwich from Beebsies? What the hell is that? What is Beebsies? I should give veal parms another chance. I'm a big chicken parm guy, but I'm not going to lie. Most of the time I ever got veal parm in my life, probably because I'm a little bougie with stuff like that, I've almost always been disappointed. And I'm like, damn it, why did I try this? I do believe, in my expert culinary opinion, that the veal parm has a high risk of sucking almost no matter where you get it. And so as a result, I've gone with some safer choices because there's nothing that pisses me off more than like ordering something and it really sucking. I really enjoy food. And I'm like, why did I order this? I could have ordered, something else that would have been good. And now I have to eat a bad veal parm. And it's shame on me. Why did I make a bad order? This is a place you should not be ordering a veal parm. You tried to push the upper limits of what this establishment can provide in a satisfactory manner. And as a result, now I'm eating a bad veal parm. I should have just kept it simple, got a burger, got a cheesesteak, something like that. And you tried to get fancy and got a veal parm. Most of the time, failure, in my opinion. SJ just saying our crowd is capable, but they, like the team, don't have it sometimes. You're going to build beans here, right? Can you get good food at the Rock? I mean, what's good food? In terms of arena standards, sure. Is it like, anything special? No. Jay Snow, maybe one day I'll see Ace at a game. That is definitely possible. I go to games. I'm out there. Paulie Walnuts, Natural Canopy, the episode where you're looking for your wedding cake, was filmed a block from where I used to live in Bayonne. Where do you sit at the game? All different. I don't have season tickets. I just kind of figure out. Usually the day of the game, I decide if I'm going to go or not. I got a lot going on, and I'm not great at planning stuff. So usually it's a game day decision, and I'll kind of assess from there where I'm going to end up. Beansies. Adriana sent me. That's right. I'll explain to Ace how Junior's my uncle. Your uncle how? Through marriage, or is it like your mom's brother? Tell me how. Yankee Stadium has decent food. I haven't been to Yankee Stadium in years. It's kind of crazy how quick the years go by. But the last time I was probably at Yankee Stadium, I hate baseball. So I've been there for a couple concerts. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I have not been to Yankee Stadium in a very long time. This is officially a new record, guys. Congratulations. You're all part of history. I don't think I'll ever top this one, nor do I care to. It was just a perfect recipe of me catching up on my sleep in the last couple of days to be well rested. That combined with a heavy dose of caffeination throughout the day, steadily caffeinated with my iced coffee infused with espresso. and a New Jersey Devils monster win in overtime. An overtime variety, all of those things combined here tonight to set the new Running with the Devils streaming record of 4+ hours. And yeah, I don't see it ever being broken. This is a moment in time, guys. I think this record will probably stand forever in the history of Running with the Devils. However long Running with the Devils lasts, this will be the the all-time length record. 4+ hours is. I'm surprised nothing broke. I mean, I had a couple outages, but I recovered pretty quickly. Great uncle on my mother's side. That's what they all say. I don't know. Marshall, this live been going for 4 hours. Yeah, it's a marathon. This chat is absolutely gold. I literally got 3 hours of sleep last night. That's brutal. In my older age, I start, when I was young, I had a lot of 3-hour sleep nights in college and even after. Even now, randomly here and there, if certain things happen, obviously I try to avoid those, but, multiple all-nighters. But it catches up to you. It catches up to you when you're older and you're trying to do this shit. You're like, the machine's not running right. You're all groggy. Brutal. Eric, morning ace, any Devils tats? Nope. I do not have any. I don't have any tattoos. Jeff, I can't believe you're still going. Neither can I. It's winding down to the end here. Evan, this is great. Oh, and the other element obviously is a Saturday night. Saturday night, people are a little lively. I'm a little more lively. So it was a perfect storm of events to lead us on this marathon here tonight. London, I'll be broken the day Timo and Big Mac score in the same night. That would be something. I mean, the first step is he's getting Mac into the lineup. Marshall says, nah, Stanley Cup dub live will go for days. I suppose it wouldn't be the first right after the game. I don't know if you were here before, but I mentioned in the event that we ever won the Stanley Cup. I don't even know. I might even know why I'm thinking about this, but I would do a very brief live from location wherever this was, because obviously if they're winning the Stanley Cup, I'm obviously there, and I would do a brief live on my phone from location, and then I would have to get back to the festivities and make sure that I am, getting you guys quality footage that I will share, probably the next day or maybe the day after, depending on where life took me with this Stanley Cup. But it would be phenomenal. A cup win would be absolutely phenomenal, and I hope I see another one before I croak. M Sharp, wins are so great. Way to go on for 4 hours. Yeah, it's closing down here. Closing time. Ted, Tony Soprano sandwich with gabagool, provolone cheese, and vinegar peppers. Okay. I'm not really a vinegar pepper guy, but Natural Canopy Marshall, we already explained Ace won't be live for the cup when he'll be in Newark doing a keg stand. SJ, I like to change the view at different seats. Anson Meadows, baseball is too slow for my liking, but I live in Queens, but I'm not native. Okay. Baseball's way too slow. Jason says Queens is super nice. I lived in Astoria. Some parts not so much. I live in Astoria now. Skip my comment, Ace. Which one? Bro. Oh, here, I won't read this, but is this the one you're talking about? Is that what you're crying about? Because no one believes you that Uncle Junior's your uncle? Is that why you're crying, Jason? My uncle's Bobby Bacala. All right. Any last thoughts or comments? We're about to end this marathon, and a marathon it was. Wow. What a marathon here tonight on a night where Jack Hughes sends your New Jersey Devils off with a massive 4-3 overtime win. What a night. Back-to-back wins for the Devs. We're talking about the trades again. I don't have particular names. I think they trade for 1 or 2 depth pieces, hopefully like a third line center and maybe a winger. Depth pieces. We're not going to make a big splash, I don't think. And that's fine. But are you happy about it, or do you want to sleep? I assume. I probably won't be sleeping for a while, but I got some things to do. Yeah. All right, guys, last chance. We're closing her down. I have no idea what's going on in the chat. I've lost. I don't know if this is all joking, if there's a genuine blind date situation going on. I have no idea. I'm not really sure what's happening right now. All right, that's it. It's all over. It's all over. A new marathon. Cannot believe it. Went by pretty quick till I guess the end. It started to catch up to me. But thank you all for joining. The New Jersey Devils make it back-to-back W's. Back-to-back wins for your New Jersey Devils. Jack Hughes does it in overtime on the breakaway. Great play by Timo Meier for all the Timo haters, and that's it. That's it. I'll be back soon working on a ton of stuff. Devils back in action Monday night in Philadelphia. Looking to get some payback. Last time we played the Flyers at the Rock last weekend, it was a dog-do performance where the Devils generated 13 shots on goal, and hopefully we see a lot more shots next time around, and hopefully we see a win. Hopefully we see a win. London, I will always shut down the dooming. And that's it, guys. Obviously, if you haven't hit the thumbs up by now, you're obviously a piece of garbage, but please do it now. I mean, hit the thumbs up, guys. Hit the thumbs up on the way out. Remember to tip your waiters and waitresses, the bartender. Tip everybody on the way out. And that's it. Be back soon, Monday night. Devils need to get that third win in a row against the Flyers. And I'm jacked up. Jake Allen played good enough to win tonight. The boys hung in there. They almost blew it, but they didn't. Big gut check win. On to Philly. Be back soon. Love you all. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Until next time, friends, let's go Devils.